All right, and we are live.
Yes.
Welcome back to our live stream of us ranking all the Kirby and Smash Bros. Games.
Yep. We made it about halfway through. We're hoping to finish this time. We'll see. We might have more to talk about this time, so I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that we have 3 streams, but we'll try our best to make it 2. So.
I will say as well at the top of this that I've developed a fairly minor cold over the last couple of days. Not a huge deal, but my throat is a little sore, so we'll see. I may wimp out if we're about like halfway through this and I'm just kind of talking like this, but should be okay.
Yeah.
Set a goal for today. What would be about halfway? Let's see where we're at after Robobot. We'll use that as a checkpoint.
Okay.
Hey, SG. Hey, Vanilla. Nice to have you, folks, hanging out.
Welcome
with us.
both.
All right. I don't think we need to do too much preamble, but just for the sake of things, last time we talked through the classic era and most of the middle era, we've been calling it, of Kirby. Classic we're considering, I think, up to Tilt and Tumble. And then at middle we're considering up to, or right before, well, I think that's one of the things we can discuss actually tonight.
You can put it like, this is kind of debated because Superstar Ultra sort of goes along with it, but I think most people consider Kirby's Return to Dreamland the first one.
That's sort of what I think too, yeah. I feel like...
and besides, that makes the middle era not like blatantly the smallest one, so...
Also true. Honestly, a lot of that will be the conversation we have around Return to Dreamland, so I'll sort of leave it for that later. But for now, our Kirby retrospective brings us to Super Smash Bros. Brawl. I mentioned last week, but it feels off to me to include Epic Yarn and Mass Attack in the modern era. I feel that, yeah. But all right. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. I honestly,
well, that's a loaded question.
Just a place to have it in the middle here.
Super Smash Brothers Brawl ? That's a loaded question.
Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Gosh, this one is so weird to it's I think you and
best pre-release out of any game of all time.
Quite possibly, yes.
But not my favorite game, admittedly, once it actually came out.
It's for better or for worse, I think you can make an argument that Brawl is the most important game in defining what Smash was as a series, in much the same way as Superstar defined what Kirby is as a series.
Maybe. In just that every game after Brawl is following Brawl's template, but like, I feel like that's not necessarily what people want out of Smash Bros. So, although it is what it is following as a template, it's not like the cultural understanding of it as a series, which I think, like, the things that really resonated with people, most of those came out of Melee.
I think it's a case of halves, because Melee as an overall structure, I think, is I feel like Smash Bros. As a series broadly references Melee. But if you look at what Smash is going for as a series, in terms of being a cultural movement, I think Brawl is the one that's more commonly invoked. Melee was sort of an out-of-nowhere megaton hit, whereas Brawl was, of course, Brawl, as we mentioned, Brawl had the dojo, so effectively close to 2 years of build-up and hype running into what it would be.
Well, and it had Smash, it had Sonic and Snake back when third-party characters were considered an impossibility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've had a lot of surprising characters since then. Like, I don't think anyone would have expected Cloud or Steve or whatnot. But I guess they didn't feel impossible in the same way that those two felt, because it was exclusively a Nintendo series before that point.
But of course, these days, the way we talk about Smash Bros, it is so important to get into Smash Bros that it's difficult to it's almost difficult to conceptualize justifying more Nintendo characters. The way we talk about Smash rosters
Hey Jared,
and such.
hey Jared, you didn't
Hey,
miss
Jared.
anything. We just started talking about Brawl, which is the first one we're ranking.
Indeed. The way we talk about the way we talk and think about Smash Bros. Games definitely derives from a lot of the anticipation around Brawl. Let's see. It was kind of instant as well. As soon as the trailer dropped, and even before Dojo updates started happening, I remember seeing all the speculation all over the place. I've joked here and there about people talking about, oh, they should add general scales to Smash Bros. And these days that's especially laughable. But you have to contextualize it as people didn't know what Brawl was going to be. Just that it was way bigger, or it looked like it was going to be way bigger than everything before it, that anything was possible since friggin' Solid Snake of all characters showed up.
Man, the modern YouTube hype cycle / speculation sphere is a direct descendant of the Insider forums back then, which were, if anyone doesn't know, those were Nintendo's official message board for a while until they closed it down in like 2011 or something.
Yeah.
And it was loaded with people where you got all of the ideas of like, well, there's we have an Animal Crossing symbol, so it must mean that we're going to get an Animal Crossing character, but they wouldn't ever put the generic playable hero character, villager character in there. So it must be Tom Nook. He's the most likely character that's going to be playable. Like, there was a huge section of people that just adamantly refused to believe anyone except Tom Nook was getting into Smash Bros. To represent Animal Crossing. And
I'm guilty of that, honestly.
And then they had, I think that died down a little bit once we saw like a balloon fight symbol and stuff like that, and I was like, oh, well, I guess this isn't gonna go anywhere.
Well, like Hannonbow in Brawl,
Hannonbow, that's what it was, yeah.
That had its own symbol, or Pictochat as well, because that had a DS symbol, and like, what character represents the Nintendo DS?
Yeah.
Of course, you say that, but people, I would not surprise me if someone came up with Stylus Man with all the power of a stylus.
Yeah.
I've given up on trying to predict Smash. Honestly, that's my stance. This is kind of ancillary to the actual ranking, but that's my stance these days. It's way more fun to me to just kind of go, we'll see who it ends up being.
And honestly, a lot of their lists were really, really boring. You got a lot of.
Hold on. No, you keep going. I just have to fix stuff on my end.
Okay. A lot of their lists were really, really boring. You got, like, every franchise had to have a villain. So, like, you got the Ridley and your K-Rolls, of course, which I think a legitimate amount of people actually liked those characters. Maybe not as many as their popularity would suggest, because Ridley... I'm still kind of the opinion that Ridley is a space monster and not a playable character, and I think he kind of is awkward in Ultimate, but that's a discussion for another day.
Yeah, in about 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, but you got like a lot of characters that people clearly didn't care about, except that they happened to tick the box of being a villain in this specific franchise, like namely a lot of the F-Zero guys. You got it was mostly between Black Shadow and Samurai Goro, one of those two, and then there was like a small outcropping for Blood Falcon occasionally, but mostly those two.
Like, Blood Falcon would be easy to do, but he'd also be kind of boring.
Yeah.
But the real answer is do Mrs. Arrow. Throw everyone for a loop.
And then you got a lot of people saying, well, Ganondorf, he has a cool moveset, but it doesn't feel like Ganondorf, so why don't we take his moveset and put it onto Black Shadow, and then Ganondorf can get his own moveset. And, like, man, this is a long laundry list of wishes that you're trying to will into existence.
In retrospect, it's sort of that is sort of evocative of the whole what is it? Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite thing of players aren't interested in characters, they're interested in functions. And
yes,
I mean, that's an interesting idea, but at the same time, who cares about Black Shadow? I mean, he's fun, but he's not Ganondorf.
I mean, honestly, I might like Black Shadow a lot if I actually played F-Zero GX. Like, he's probably a fun Saturday morning cartoon villain, but, like, the Smash speculation soured me on the idea of the character, because they treated him as just this thing to fill this box instead of someone that they actually personally wanted. But
But all right. So we this isn't a ranking of Smash speculation. Although
it is very tied to Smash Brawl, and honestly, like, to a certain extent, we set ourselves up for this because the hype could never have lived up to what we built it up as. But maybe they should have dialed it back a little bit, but also B, it started to feel like they spread everything so thin in Brawl that we couldn't have seen coming just from looking at what they advertised, that it lost its focus, which I always felt like. Stage builder, that seemed like such a cool thing, but then you only get 3 backgrounds and like 20 items to play with. Then there's all these new characters, but then there's absolutely no surprises. There's this single player campaign, but no character has dialogue. You aren't really going through any Nintendo worlds. You're not. There's very little interplay between the specific characters, so at that point, the level design isn't anything to write home about. So at that point, there's not really anything that stands out as why you would want this campaign in the first place. It exists as a skeleton of what it could be.
Uh, Pierre has his story that he tells sometimes of playing through all the different target test modes, and he specifically remembers doing level 5 as Mr. Game & Watch and just kind of stopping and going, am I having fun with this?
Yeah.
That wasn't quite my experience of the game, but I think about that a lot, and I can definitely see how that could be someone's experience of the game. But also,
yeah, the target test too is like they had 5 that you could play with any characters, and I think that really speaks to different priorities because yes, the roster is getting bigger and bigger, and it gets more infeasible to create a specific target test for every character, but also certain characters work with certain target tests better. So it becomes a lot less engaging to go through this one of 5 generic ones than it is to go through this specific obstacle course built for that character.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I think, sadly, sterile is probably how I describe a lot of the ancillary content to Brawl, or a lot of the generic content to Brawl. Like it's going for a very specific look of being very photorealistic, insofar as that makes sense for a lot of these characters. Well, as a kid, it was extremely novel to me that Mario's overalls looked like denim.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too. I'm not denying that. It was the first time I had seen, like, outside of those meme images where Mario looked hyper realistic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time that I seem like they're actually trying to make something quote unquote photorealistic that still feels largely in still feels largely in tune with what the character is trying to be, but in retrospect it does mean that Brawl kind of feels less like a gathering of all of these different universes and more like we're going to take all these characters and force them into this specific box that we built for them.
Yeah,
And it's weird too because they try to make this realistic and kind of gritty approach, but then the gameplay is more cartoony than ever and more like casual focused. So
that's sort of the two things, the irony of the whole thing. I think in retrospect, Brawl is defined by two main things. You mentioned Subspace Emissary before. We'll loop back around to that in a sec because I think that's worth really diving into. But also the fact that it's a deliberately much more casual experience than Melee. There's been so much discourse on Melee versus Brawl that I don't think we really need to dredge through everything. But it at the very least, it is not an exaggeration. It is an observation of fact that a lot of the game systems within Brawl were specifically developed to be contrary to a lot of the systems in Melee. Melee is an extremely fast game. Brawl is an extremely floaty game. Brawl is...
What's something you like about Brawl, because you still got it in Kirby Air Ride tier? We'll get to that.
We'll shuffle it around. This is just, honestly, I just wanted to place it in the middle while we talk long-winded. Brawl is a very floaty game. Brawl, of course, has tripping, which I still don't really understand, honestly.
Yeah.
Brawl has a bigger focus on
Well, the tripping was meant in order to act as a punishment for dash dancing. So you can't. Sakurai didn't like people moving back and forth rapidly in all of the tournament play, so he implemented tripping in order so that if you did that constantly, you were more likely to trip and suffer for that. But in practice, it just meant that um, at random points you could get fucked over.
Yeah. But that's a really weirdly specific thing to target, though, because dash dancing, from my perspective, is mostly it's styling.
It's not totally styling. It's a movement option so that you can. It makes your movement less predictable, kind of like with boxing, you want to go in and out and in and out, float like a butterfly kind of thing. But it is pretty vindictive of Sakurai, just seeing that and going like, this is totally against what I wanted out of my game, and I'm going to do something to eliminate these players playing it against my wishes for how I wanted it to be played. I'm reminded of like the creators of Quake saw people bunny hopping everywhere, and we're all like, what kind of gameplay is this? This is nothing like what we wanted out of our game. But now it's really beloved as like a speedrunning game because of all that movement.
It's in the same token, this is the game that Sakurai had the huge experiment that was Subspace Emissary, that the lesson he took from that is, oh, people are just going to upload cutscenes of my video game onto YouTube and spoil the whole campaign, so I won't do campaigns anymore.
Uh-huh. Crazy thing is that Brawl still had a pretty big comp scene, just one people didn't like. Me, when I make a fighting game and people play it trying to be the very best. Yeah, how dare they?
A bit, yeah. Subspace Emissary, though. One thing I think about a lot is Sakurai said at some point, I don't remember when, he planned the story with I should really know who these people are. Part of the issue is it's been years since I've been immersed in the behind the scenes with Brawl, so a lot of those names I'm sure I would recognize now, but at the time I was like, oh, that's a Japanese guy. Okay. But anyway, Sakurai talked about he was trying to come up with, he wanted to do a story mode for Smash Bros, and he passed it on to whoever, and the initial pitch he got back was, a bunch of characters are waiting for the bus to take them to Smash Stadium. Samus is there, Snake is there as well. And Sakurai's like, no, we can do better than that.
Well, that's fair. I do think they can do better than that.
Yes. So what we get is instead Subspace Emissary, which by definition is a crossover crisis involving a bunch of different Nintendo characters teaming up together to face a bigger threat. I think it's easy to get attached to the individual moments because so much of what the game is by its essence, what Subspace Emissary is. I'm going to refer to it as the game because Sakurai himself mentioned that he kind of considered Subspace Emissary to be a secondary game that they were developing. As Subspace took as much development effort as the entire rest of Brawl did. But anyway, I think a lot of people look back to Subspace Emissary for the hype moments, and there are hype moments, and the moments that are hype are kind of fun. If you look at everything in a vacuum, Lucas goes through a character arc that kind of reflects what his journey in Mother 3. Diddy Kong has fun with the space furries. You have Meta Knight, Lucario, and Snake get into shenanigans. in particular, Lucario reading Snake's aura and thus foiling his espionage. You have Peach's impromptu tea party on the Halberd. You have the one cutscene. You know the one cutscene. You have DDD being a secret good guy all along. Like you look at each of those in isolation, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty sweet. The issue is that I think the issue is that it's all style and no substance, I think. Like, you need an entire rest of the game to justify hype moments. Like, I don't know, Ike using Ether to cleave through the subspace bomb. You need setup to get to that point. So what is our setup? Well, there's no setup for Ike. He just shows up out of nowhere. To that point, you're following around Marth and Meta Knights as they're going through a vaguely Fire Emblem coded environment. But it's not a specific location, because the specific locations within Fire Emblem aren't really significant to general audiences to that point in the series. It's not, the enemies you're fighting are mostly made up blah thingies, because the subspace army, out of necessity, can't incorporate a whole lot of enemies from the crossover games.
That I actually kind of disagree with. What they should have done is had Taboo be a villain that like pulls characters from each of these universes and uses those villains, their various adversaries, against the foes, and had them like combine all of these previous forces, just being flung at you one after another. Like, I've never understood why they needed to create all of these new blah thingies.
Should have done what Smash Run did. So much hate. We'll talk about Smash Run when we get to Smash for 3DS, but in a lot of respects, I really would have liked that approach, yeah. And I do agree with you. I think the story that Subspace Emissary wants to tell, so you want to have a big generic, or a big new bad guy who's this crisis, who's this badder than everyone else. He's a new threat that no one has ever seen, but is worse than everyone else. I think you can make a character like Taboo work.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that he exists isn't the problem. The main problem is that you don't see him until the very end of the game, so there's absolutely no build up or like cool character moments where he gets to be one step ahead of the heroes and all of this stuff. And B, just that he has nothing, he has no narrative connection to any of these heroes. He's just showing up because we need a villain.
It's I think a lot of the antagonist responsibilities were split between the Ancient Minister, Rob, or Taboo. And Rob has a great character arc. Well, Rob is a really fascinating character to watch, I'll put it like that. But the issue is, because it wants to put so much focus on Rob, it's not able to emphasize what Taboo is to this world. And I think it would have been more interesting. I think you can solve a hell of a lot by having Taboo make a brief appearance at the very start. Or not a direct appearance, but a more subtle impression at the start. Or some sort of hint that you go all the way back to the beginning and go, okay, wait a sec, pause. If you look really closely in the clouds there, you see the faint hint of a nose that is made of the same material that Taboo is. Oh my god, how did we not see that? It would have been really neat to have something like that. Just a detail that is completely glossed over because Of course, your focus is on the halberd. Of course, your focus is on the ancient minister. Of course, your focus is on
or
PD Piranha, who inexplicably has the ability to shoot cannonballs.
or what they could have done is had like um Taboo show up and torture Rob or something, and that gives him his moment where he gets to be all evil, and it also means that um, uh, Rob being forced into betraying the one person he thinks he has to follow out of necessity, like that makes it even more meaningful, as if we get to see who he is up against. And like, okay, let's join forces and um, deal with this common enemy that we now both have.
Mhm.
They could have done something like that.
And like I get they want to Sakurai wants, I shouldn't just blame him. The intent is that Taboo is kind of a surprise villain because you're supposed to think that Master Hand is behind it, but oh no, someone's controlling Master Hand. I still think there's a way to have that reveal. Like maybe Master Hand is being a dick to Rob, but then wait a second. No, someone has been controlling Master Hand. It would make the revelation that Master Hand is being controlled more significant than, because like as it is,
should have been a giant floating head if they wanted to do that route to match up with the two giant floating hands.
Speaking of Smash speculation, I remember for the longest, occasionally seeing, wait, Master Hand, Crazy Hand, Master Foot. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna go all Monty Python on this. But SG mentions, yeah, it's a shame so much of Subspace Emissary is generic, and yeah, it's not just that, it's the biggest I kind of half tongue-in-cheek claim that Smash Bros is a Kirby spin-off, but my main argument for why that is, besides my main two arguments for that: one, Kirby eventually incorporates Smash Bros material into it. We haven't quite gotten there yet, although outside of Amazing Mirror we haven't quite gotten there yet. But two, Super Smash Bros. Brawl is clearly supposed to be invoking Kirby Superstar. Sakurai has taken the gameplay of Superstar, stuff like the way levels are formatted, the way you explore and find treasures, the way that doors connect with one another, and especially things like moon jumping from, or whatever the proper name is, for player 2 appearing on screen, or who the camera following player 1, so that if player 2 goes off screen, they kind of jump to where player 1 is. A lot of its specific ideas for how to represent gameplay, I've long kind of seen as Sakurai was using Kirby Superstar as shorthand. Now, within the continuity of the Kirby series, a lot of games will use the gameplay of, a lot of modern Kirby uses the gameplay of Superstar as shorthand. But the difference there is, I feel like most iterations, or all later appearances of that type of gameplay, feel like they're doing something with that format. Or trying to build onto that template. With Brawl, it's really just the bare minimum of Subspace Emissary, or Subspace Emissary is just the bare minimum of Superstar. It is as much Superstar as it has to be, and that's it. It's not really interested in doing much with that. Just, there needs to be a gameplay here. Let's use Superstar. It would be along the lines of if, I don't know, it'd be along the lines of if, say, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on names. Hideo Kojima. Say Hideo Kojima inexplicably was charged with putting together a PlayStation crossover game, and he decided, I I don't know, let's take Metal Gear Solid. We'll use that as a template. Okay, but Metal Gear Solid's gameplay is very specific to the mechanical identity of the Metal Gear series. You can't really take Metal Gear Solid's gameplay and throw Uncharted characters or Sly Cooper characters or whatever into it to really make that. Well, Sly Cooper's not fair because
It's like Cooper you could do, but
that's stealth. Uncharted or Jack and Daxter characters, you can't really throw those guys in there and have that really fit because the gameplay identity is so radically different.
Yeah.
Like it's fun to have Pokemon or Fire Emblem or whatever in the context of a 2D platformer, but they're just kind of
They feel like you're not really playing as the characters. You're playing as a homunculus version of the characters.
Which in fact is the narrative intent, because these aren't actually the characters, they're just toys, or trophies in this case. But
yeah.
Basically toys. But at the same time, why are you making that choice? I guess to appease rights holders who are like, well, Pokemon can't beat up trainers, or Mario shouldn't actually beat up Princess Peach, so here they're just toys pretending to be these guys. Yeah, but I don't know.
I guess, but you shouldn't. That shouldn't be how they feel. Like, if you're a kid playing with action figures, in your imagination, they don't feel like action figures. They feel like actually the characters fighting each other.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume. I never really played with action figures, but like that's the intent, that like they feel like the characters. So I wouldn't. It feels a little literal and oddly mean-spirited to have them go like, yes, they feel like soulless homunculi. I mean, maybe, but I don't think you should aim for that.
I mean, I think Astrobot really succeeded at this. I haven't played Astrobot, but from everything I know about it, I would be inclined to agree. They're in those games.
Just giving you a heads up, you've been talking about Brawl for 40 minutes.
and we haven't even gotten to all of Brawl yet. With what I know of Astrobot, its crossover content isn't the actual characters showing up. It's little Astrobot dudes cosplaying as the different characters and role playing as them. But there it's because there's that degree of separation of recognizing this isn't actually Jill Valentine here. This is just a robot pretending to be Jill Valentine. There's still a novelty to the idea of celebrating this character by pretending to be her and stuff. It's an uncanny valley effect, because we recognize that that's not literally Jill Valentine. We don't really question it. Whereas in Subspace Emissary, when Rayquaza shows up in a lake and starts using Dig as a major attack, despite being the embodiment of the atmosphere, it feels weird. When Wario shows up and is this monster who really wants to collect children, that doesn't feel like Wario. It looks like Wario, it sounds like Wario, but it doesn't act like Wario, and thus it feels like something is really off.
We were going to talk about things that we did like about the game, so
yes.
I would say the soundtrack is really good, maybe better than Melee in a lot of respects, outside of the main theme getting overused to hell and back. That part I don't like.
At the very least, dude, out of sheer volume, absolutely Brawl is better than Melee. I would even argue that Brawl may possibly be the strongest soundtrack, the most technically complex soundtrack in the series, because It was before a lot of the songs started getting truncated to fit on mobile, on handheld consoles. It was the first time they really started playing with genre. Remember, Melee had mostly orchestral, whereas Brawl has some stuff invokes Latin rhythm, some stuff invokes um, pop music. There's more techno stuff. There's all sorts of a huge suite of playing with genres. In addition to the classic stuff, in addition to orchestral stuff. I believe it's the last time we got the full DK rap before Lanky and Chunky's verses got exercised. That's worth something.
But yeah, I think that soundtrack's really worthwhile. I remember the PictoChat stage especially stood out to me because it had all of these obscure music tracks that you never, from franchises that never got a lot of love. I think while Melee was good at like briefly hinting at all of these things through trophies and occasionally an item or something, Brawl was better at giving these obscure things actual substance, so you could know, you could see this, you could see like Jill Dozer drilling through the stage, or you could listen to Shin Onigashima music and form an actual connection to that. So I think Brawl did that element of it pretty well. I think that it formed the backbone of Sakurai's very playable design style, where you can just keep playing for hours and hours and hours. Like, you saw a little bit of that you saw a lot of it with Melee and with Air Ride too, but I think Brawl is like really where it got into the like maximalist design. You can just play hours and hours and get more content out of it.
I really like the masterpieces.
Yeah.
Probably that model doesn't make sense on Switch because Virtual Console looks different these days, but I really like the idea of preserving a lot of these games that Brawl or that Smash Bros is explicitly referencing, so that a player who's like, who's this guy? What's his deal? To be able to just go, well, if you look over here, you can actually play his game and see, do you like this? Is this something you'd want to spend more time with? Smash Bros. As a series was a huge gateway to me getting into Nintendo by large, so I really, really appreciate that attempt to have more connections like that. Likewise for the Chronicle that goes through the trouble of listing literally every Nintendo developed and published game, including licensed stuff.
Yeah, one of the rare instances where Star Tropics actually gets referenced in a major Nintendo title. So,
for that matter,
that counts
Hamtaro
for
and
something.
Mickey Mouse as well.
Yes.
But clearly, Star Tropics for us is way more relevant. Have a masterpiece of Breath of the Wild that take up 10 gig. Yeah. Sorry. I think as well, it's... I don't think there's a ton of novelties to Brawl's roster besides Rob, but I do think that the character pulls that were made are a lot of fun and make sense for the era. In some respects, it was catching up to series history to date. So you have Olimar, you have Ike, you have a Metroid character, or another Metroid character. The series probably would have warranted another Metroid character to that point. And I think the character picks make sense, and as well, it's Brawl is probably about the time where Sakurai really starts to explore high concept character designs. He mentioned that his approach to designing characters like Ike and Zero Suit Samus was trying to think of them in terms of specific descriptors. Ike is a burly swordsman. Zero Suit Samus is an athletic gymnast, or an acrobatic gymnast, or something like that. And I think that's a really interesting way of approaching characters that maybe don't make as much sense for things to do. Like Ike is easily probably my favorite character in the Fire Emblem series. Certainly my favorite Lord character. But Fire Emblem is a very difficult series to come up with things for the characters to do. Ha ha ha, insert your own Fire Emblem and Smash joke here. So I appreciate the approach of going, okay, well, this is a guy who is so powerful he can wield a two-handed sword in one hand. What does that enable for us? And taking that approach from a different angle at character design. I think being willing to do that and not being stuck making either explicit references to source material or explicit references to other fighting games was a very valuable step in the evolution of that series design.
Now that I think about it, like Ike kind of stands at the direct turning point of when Fire Emblem was trying to be like medieval inspired, like semi-realistic. It has magic, of course, but the weapons were like sword nerd kind of semi-realistic, using tactics that were might have been utilized in actual battlefields and that sort of thing. And the later Fire Emblems, which just go full anime, and like the fact that Ike is specifically strong because he uses a two-handed sword in one hand. That's like the perfect encapsulation of halfway between there, because like I guess it could potentially happen in real life, but probably wouldn't ever realistically happen. So it's like just kind of funny that the franchise had that as a turning point where it's just like so clearly in the middle of those two extremes.
I mean, part of it, I sort of read it as he's so powerful that he can do this. Never mind if he should be doing this, but I get what you're saying. There's honestly so much more I could spend with Brawl, but in the interest of moving on to other things, Vanilla said way at the start.
I could honestly talk about just Brawl for like this entire stream easily.
Pretty much. Vanilla said towards the top of us talking about Brawl, along the lines of, this was the first Smash Bros on a very successful console for Nintendo. Like N64 did fine. GameCube was an L for Nintendo, but it of course a lot of people loved the GameCube. But
actually, the GameCube did better than the N64, I believe.
Oh, fair. I guess it's just displaced by how well the PS2 did. But
yeah.
But the point being that the Wii did so phenomenally well that it introduced a lot of people to Smash Bros. So a lot of and the Wii generations would have their opinions on the series would have been formed by Brawl. So you really have this dividing line of in terms of how there are a lot of external factors that I think can impact how you look at the series as a whole based on where you were at in life when you approached Brawl.
How do you feel about Project M and other Brawl mods like Project Rex and having 100 characters? Haven't really looked too much into them. Just hacking Wii games was never really my scene. I never I never had the interest to look into it too much, but back in the day, I saw like one of the earliest examples of a full character, Wisp, which was made entirely
Oh
um,
yeah.
out of particle effects. So it was like an elemental wisp, and that was a cool idea for an early concept.
I have played, I think, a little bit of Project M, and a bit of Brawl Minus. Also, I seem to be friends with the lead developer on Brawl Minus on Backlog these days. Funny how that works.
And N64 did 32 million, and GameCube did 21 million. Oh, okay, I'm wrong.
Okay. Um, I really respect the mod scene around Brawl. I appreciate that it started with people going, I kind of prefer Melee. Let's try and backport this. Again, I'm not really interested in Melee's competitive scene. But I respect that for some people that desire existed so strongly that it birthed an entire movement of modding the game, and you have all sorts of custom content. I respect that. It's not really my scene, but I respect that exists. In terms of Brawl itself, I think in years past it would have been really easy to dunk on it as the low point in the series. I don't really think that's the case anymore, and I honestly think that it's a fine game.
I like it more than Smash 4, which we'll get to, just because I feel like Smash 4 really just feels like another Smash game. Smash Brawl at least has an identity, and it was trying things, even if I think the main thing that it was trying to do was spread itself thin and do all of these different things, but it feels like there's effort in there, so I can appreciate it for that at least.
Yeah. I think I would probably put it in C myself.
That's about where I'd put it. I might honestly put it with Air Ride, or maybe like yeah, I probably like Block Ball more, just as being like what it wants to be. It is kind of similar to Kirby's Dream Land 3 in that I like a lot of the surface level stuff, but once you get deep into analyzing it, it kind of breaks apart. But Brawl is a much larger part of my life, so I think that spot's pretty good.
I can agree with that as well. Yeah, if we're again, this is a tier list specifically within the context of these two related series. If I was talking about favorite games, Brawl would probably be a lot higher. But I think with respect to the flow of the series, this is a fine place for it.
Yep.
All right, we spent a lot of time on that. Let's luckily our next game won't take as long to talk about. Right?
Yeah, it's good. I think having it portable and having it do all of the goodness of Superstar, except portable with some modernizations, makes a lot of sense. The Revenge of the King is a great new mode, kind of to adapt the extra mode into the extra mode of Dreamland 1 into Superstar. Helper to Hero kind of ends up feeling like fluff filler, but you sort of need that mode for the longevity of a handheld game, so in that context I think it's fine. And it does put a little bit of focus on all of these fun little side guys who otherwise weren't really the main hero. As a whole, though, I kind of feel like the game is a little bit less focused than Superstar. I think that it having all of these modes means that it's less dense, and feels less like you need to experience the whole package to really get the game out of it. Like if someone fell off of helper to hero, I would expect that more than I would feel like they're missing something.
Mhm.
And I kind of like just having that little bow wrapped up on it. I think some of the sprite work is jankier in the original, but it's janky in a fun and cute way that I like. Um, and the sound chip of the Super Nintendo is always much stronger than the DS, so
Mhm.
that's going to stand out to me.
It's
But like it's mostly all there. I don't fault people for liking this version better because it has more stuff, and none of the new content is really necessarily bad. But it feels like there's more like um, everything in the original felt really strong, and the fact that some of the content in here feels a little bit mediocre means that the average is weighted a little bit less
Mhm.
for me.
I think so Superstar Ultra is definitely a superstar for the next generation. I think if we're doing this as a strict numbers game, yeah, absolutely, Superstar probably outpaces, or excuse me, by a pure numbers game, Superstar Ultra probably outpaces Superstar. At the same time, I definitely think Superstar Ultra is experiencing some growing pains. Eventually, the ideas that Superstar Ultra advances settle very comfortably into the template for modern Kirby. Um, I really like modern Kirby's go-to standard of having a base mode, an arena, an extra mode that is also kind of a speed attack mode, and a true arena. I think that's a really neat, a really comfortable format that the series eventually lands on. Superstar Ultra is throwing out these ideas, and I really like. I really like their extra mode. Return of the King is great. Um, and I have a lot of fun with Helper to Hero, but that is, I kind of view that as a side novelty more than anything. But like it's cute having each of the helpers be highlighted and more relevant. Um, I also don't mind the overhauled sprites. Perhaps Base Superstar has more personality, but at the same time, the sprite work of Superstar Ultra is based on Nightmare in Dreamland, and that's a very sweet spot for me. Um, I don't really like what they've done with the base arena. I feel like adding extra tomatoes makes it way too easy. Perhaps a necessity due to this no longer being the ultimate challenge, but still. Um, I kind of don't like that True Arena is just the new bosses because I feel like it is way less mechanically interesting compared to the base arena. We mentioned last time that Superstars Arena is really neat because it really feels like all these games coming together, whereas Superstar Ultra's True Arena to me feels like it's mostly Revenge of the King, uh, with guest star cameos of Wham Bam Jewel and Galactonite. Um, I'm also really not fond of Meta Nightmare Ultra. Um, I think the speedrun mode is done a lot better in the 3DS games. And I think Meta Knight is fun to play as, but I also think that it's more the fun of the speedrun modes in Triple Deluxe and Planet Robobot is that they feel a lot because they're of the whole game, the whole main campaign. It's level flow is largely as it was before. You're speeding through it, but you're still going through roughly the same experience. With Meta Nightmare Ultra, you're doing a speed run of another collection of video games. You're doing a speed run specifically of the Superstar stages, and that ends up.
It kind of feels like it breaks kayfabe a little bit for me, where you could imagine that these were all separate video games until Meta Nightmare Ultra comes along and said, "No, they're actually just a collection of different levels." Like, I get it, and to an extent, I guess Arena did that too, but like that feels like it doesn't feel like it's turning it into one linear quest through all of the levels in the same way. It's like all of the characters are being brought in from this to fight you for one last time instead of you going through the linear game now.
It's always sort of bugged me that Great Cave Offensive you just book through and you don't really observe the level design of it. You're just like, okay, well we're done.
Yeah.
And now, granted, I think for a lot of people that is the appeal to that mode, where you're now just completely subverting the intended level design, and you're like, wow, this felt so big, but it turns out you can just blitz through it really quickly. That's kind of fun. And I can accept that as an agree to disagree sort of thing. For me personally, it feels like, oh, but it felt a lot more meaningful.
A lot of people like breaking games open. I really don't. I feel it usually makes the games feel less meaningful, honestly, when you get to the point where you don't have to engage with the game design in the same way.
It's how to put this? This is gonna seem like a weird analogy, but to me, one of the appeals of the Tony Hawk games is that as you're skateboarding around, you're thrust into a fairly normal environment most of the time, sometimes a skate park, but sometimes also just a neighborhood or something like that. You're put into this environment, but as you explore it a bit, it turns out that a lot of things that serve ordinary everyday functions can be subverted into places for you to do your own thing as you're skating. Handrails can be turned into grind rails, that sort of stuff, or things that don't, things that clearly have some other function can be turned into half pipes to trick off of. I think, to me, the fun of a lot of that is that act of subversion, of taking something that ostensibly has one intent but has been subverted into another intent. There's a lot of appeal to that type of sandbox design of, I keep saying the word, but of subversion. I feel like for the people who really like Meta Nightmare Ultra, they're experiencing that sort of thing where it's a subversion of the intended game. There's a subversion of intended design. But to me, because it's subverting game design rather than subverting world design into intended game design, I don't know. It again, maybe it would hit differently if it was all part of a single continuous project rather than Superstar Ultra riffing on Superstar's level design.
Yeah, it's like now you can play with God mode enabled, and I don't know. I kind of don't really want to play with God mode enabled all of a sudden. It's like, yes, you could run through. To me, it kind of feels like you could do a second playthrough of New Super Mario Brothers Wii, and now you use the gold Tanuki suit or whatever, and yes, that breaks the level design, but I don't really want to play it if I just break the level design in that way.
Okay, hold on. Intended shmemended. I'm having fun ripping and shredding with MetaQuick. No, and again, that's fair. And I will fully acknowledge that I'm kind of... I'm really highlighting what's fairly minor complaints. Especially now that... I say... once I played Triple Deluxe on stream, I really started to get a lot of the design intents behind Superstar Ultra. So these days I would say that, I would definitely say that I'm fine with it. I'm analyzing it. I'm overemphasizing it here because I think it's an interesting conversation to have. But if it's a conversation purely of my own tastes, it is honestly a thing that I go, well, I do kind of prefer the illusion rather than the exposing the illusion for what it is.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's really hard to knock Superstar Ultra too much. Gabriel in chat pointed out that it is the highest rated game on in the series, the highest rated game in the series on Backlogged, and whereas I don't think we're going to take those ratings as gospel for our opinions on it. It does still merit mention that it's really not doing a hell of a lot wrong to Superstar, which we also consider to be an S-tier game and an extremely important game especially in defining the series.
Yeah.
So I think at worst I would say high A maybe for it. I'm less enthusiastic about it, but it's also, you can't really argue that it's not an extremely important and extremely good game.
That's honestly where I would put it too, and part of it's like context.
Mhm.
Maybe it hits different if you're growing up with Superstar Ultra, but I feel it always felt like, yeah, this is a great little Kirby package to have on the go. But it's not. It never felt like it was wowing to me in any way. Granted, I never bought it. Playing through it on stream was the only time I had seen it directly, even though I'd heard a lot of people talk about it. But I don't know. It's good. I could see it being enjoyable and getting a lot of content out of it, a lot of continual enjoyment, but it's just slightly messier in a way that the original wasn't, and I kind of like having that purity of form to it.
Pardon me, Vanilla. You indeed you did also mention that, not intending to snub you there. But yeah, I definitely feel that too. Purity of form is definitely a good way to put how I think of Superstar. And
I don't know, it feels like you went into it already thinking it wasn't as good and kind of trying to affirm it. Not really. I don't really have strong... I didn't grow up with Kirby Superstar 1 either. I played that much later.
I probably would have played both around the same time for the first time. I think I played Base Superstar first on my Super Nintendo. Maybe a year or two before Superstar Ultra came out. So it was kind of a novelty to me. One, having Superstar was kind of a novelty. It's like, oh, cool. But also, it merits mention as well that we also need to look at Superstar Ultra in the context of what Kirby was to that point, which was we had just gotten done with the Game Boy Advance and DS experiments. Nightmare in Dreamland, Amazing Mirror, Squeak Squad. In a lot of respects, Superstar Ultra would have been, oh, okay, hey, Kirby's doing this again. Let's see what's going on with that. And it's I think for the series it was kind of the sense that, hey, maybe things are waking up a little bit for these. Not to fully dismiss what the series had been doing, but you can definitely feel that slump of the series trying to figure itself out as it was stalling on console releases. So again, having lived through that era, it definitely felt like Superstar Ultra was the series kind of starting back up again, coming into its own. I will also I'm sorry, I'm all over the shop right now. I think this is also going to be a bit like Brawl, in that we spend 40 minutes talking about it. No. In that, for a lot of people who were of that gaming generation, this would have been their introduction to these ideas that this game advanced. Really, this would have been the first really meaty long-form Kirby game in quite a while. And so this would have been a lot of people's introduction to what a Kirby game could be. And I think from that perspective, I'm not going to knock it. I think it's still an extremely valid way of experiencing the series.
I definitely think it's what the Kirby series needed in sense of it being a return to form, definitely. Like you can see by our rankings, but I was not really that huge of a fan of most Kirby games since Kirby 64. I enjoyed them, but they're kind of smaller projects and not a lot going on. This does definitely have more packed into it, and if I did have it when I was growing up, I think it would definitely be a valuable part of my library. I don't know. It's it's hard for me to value remakes as much in general, especially when the content that they add feels derivative of the original game. Just because I feel like it's taking the purity of the original game and stretching it out to its limits, which to an extent is good for a handheld game, but I feel like if I'm to look at the entire cultural context, I'm almost always going to appreciate the more pure experience because it says more about design intents beyond just let's see how much content we can get out of this thing.
At the same time, Superstar Ultra needed to exist for us to get modern Kirby, so I really can't knock it too much.
No.
What do you think, over or under 64?
I'll put it above 64 because 64's problems are more immediately apparent with having needing to go back for certain combos of abilities and whatnot, and pacing being off in certain areas, and different worlds being a lot better than others. But that is still very high praise because 64 really hits that nostalgic place for me. So for a game that I didn't grow up with to still manage to be above that says a lot.
I can respect that. It's worth something. This wasn't a cash grab that came out on the next console after the Super Nintendo. It's actually useful as a remake. I will agree with that as well. It was 12 years later, and again, it really felt like a huge novelty having it suddenly come back and be like, oh, okay. So yeah, I think that's a fair take as well, or that's a fair sentiment to express as well.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, cool. All right, let's round out our trilogy of 2008 Kirby releases with the most significant, the best game to come out of the series. Waddle Doom.
S+ tier, new tier needed.
Yes.
No. Game sucks because it doesn't have Waddle Doo in it.
I mean, it's the worst game in the series, but I think it's really funny. It's also...
Yeah, but why does it have Waddle Dees and not Waddle Doos? They missed their opportunity.
I mean, for the action of defeating Waddle defeat, that's it. They could have just done that.
Yes,
there you
go.
I answered my own question before. Tier W for Waddle Dee. That's it. That's the one.
Honestly, don't even remember what this was. It was a Flash game advertising the Kirby series generally based off of the anime, but in 2008, so long after the anime had ended, and you click on Waddle Dees to a instrumental version, a heavily bit crushed instrumental version of the anime theme, and you do that for 30 seconds, and it counts how many you click, and that is the entire game.
Yes. So it's a... I believe it was developed by 4Kids or something. It was on their website. It is by technicality an official Kirby release.
Yes.
It definitely not something that should be taken seriously as part of this list. But one, I wanted to have some representation from our lovely potpourri nights, but also its existence honestly baffles me a bit. Like, okay, you shouldn't expect the moon from a Flash game, or even a moon JPEG from a Flash game. It should be a novelty if you get a moon JPEG. But
it's not even good by Flash game standards. The Wonka and the Cartoon Network ones like destroy that Waddle Doom, I'm sorry to say.
I'd much rather do what was it? Courage the Cowardly Dog and Pyramid Panic or Pharaoh Peril or whatever it was.
Or Kick the Can.
Kick the Can. The friggin' Lilo and Stitch tie-in where you're just stacking a sandwich.
Mission in Snowdriftland.
I don't know.
The Nintendo themed advent calendar starring a lovable snowman.
Oh, see, that I didn't play.
Yeah. It's on Steam now because they got the rights. They just took away the Nintendo licensing.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Like you can't really get mad at it. It's if you're going by pure definition, it's got less going on than literally everything else we are going to discuss. But at the same time, it's not trying for much. It's just a minor little distraction. There was a social element where you could compare scores with other players, but I put this sucker on here, but I don't even know where you would put it. Like, do we put it at the bottom because it's the least interesting? Do we put it higher because it... I can't even justify that much. Do we put it a little higher because it isn't offering much, but you're also... because you're not expecting much from it, you don't actually qualify it anywhere?
No, I wouldn't even give it that much. Like, honestly, you have to compare it to other Flash games, and like there might be Flash games I would put above that like something good like Pandemic 2 or something. But even in the specific realm that context that you have to put it in to judge it fairly, I don't think it's very good. Like, you could maybe argue it has a little bit more higher skill ceiling than Kirby Star Stacker. But
quite possibly.
But Kirby Star Stacker is probably funnier and more interesting to look at.
That's it. That's fair. Star Stacker is funnier by design. Waddle Doom is funny by by its very existence.
Yeah.
It's an ironic sort of funny.
Yes.
Sorry, just popping another cough drop. Yeah.
So yeah, W tier's fine.
Normalize just playing with cool little electronic toys. Well, I mean, it's fine, but like you're also not me, but you're talking to the guy who has very specific opinions on Game and Watch games. So
hey,
just say it, little.
There are a lot of Game and Watch games which would rate very highly on this list.
I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying we do normalize just playing with cool little electronic toys.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's really not tarry here. Moving on, we've got Kirby's Epic Yarn.
Okay.
Epic Yarn is good.
It is good.
It is.
I liked it a lot more in our playthrough of it. It made me really appreciate a lot of the little design things that went into it.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting to me that you can basically look at this in the same context as something like Avalanche, where it's a Kirby game by happenstance. Epic Yarn, I believe it's fairly well documented that it was originally going to be an original title starring Prince Fluff, but at a certain point, it was pointed out, well, he kind of looks like Kirby, and so it just made more sense to introduce Kirby to it. Despite really not having much to do with the Kirby series, it feels like a very natural thing to slot in there. It has a similar outlook in terms of being an extremely simple but approachable game with a respectably high skill ceiling. It, even though it doesn't really have abilities, it uses transformations in a way that feel like an organic complement to what Kirby is in terms of doing abilities.
The skill floor literally couldn't be any lower because it's you can't die in it, but the skill ceiling is relatively high. Or not even relatively high, it's reasonably high, I suppose. There's enough in there to keep you satisfied.
It's it's super, super charming. I really like the narrator. I think modern Kirby has evolved in a direction where it doesn't make sense to have a narrator, but I really like the tonality of Epic Yarn. I really like
it felt like pants.
Hey, you can't be mean to my Waddle Dees. Only I can be mean to my Waddle Dees. I really like, atmospherically, there's a lot of really nice stuff to it. Like, what is it? Outer Rings is really fun. I really like the level where you're the whole thing is you're raising a star to put on top of a Christmas tree. You've got kind of the Rayman thing of really fun, high concept environments like a Music Land or a Toy Land or Um, I think I appreciate that it's doing more than just being the jungle board, the grasslands board. There's a little bit more going on with it, and for that matter, it feels like an early injection of, or another early-ish instance of the Kirby enemies just having little skits that they're doing in the background. The yarn waddle dees kind of doing their thing. Some of the puzzles being setting up like the teddy bears and stuff, and you're organizing things for or you're setting characters up, and I wouldn't say that it's like subtextual storytelling or really subtle storytelling or anything like that. It's all fairly surface level what it's talking about, but it's still really cute to see all of these things within this world and within this environment.
It still feels kind of embarrassing to admit that I once rage quit Epic Yarn in my teens after getting frustrated trying to get all the beads on one of the later levels. Well, that's what I'm saying. Getting the beads allows you to have a reasonably high skill ceiling, but the skill floor, it would just be like beating the level, and I don't think it. In most cases, there isn't really a lose condition, so you can technically beat the level, but just might not get the bead score that they suggest for you.
Mm-hmm. Like, you don't... I mean, you need the medals in order to explore all the bonus levels and stuff, but strictly speaking, I think you can even make it to Dreamland without getting all of the medals. You miss out on some of the more interesting stages, but you can at least finish the game just running through each of the stages, and that's again, speaking to the design ethos of being something that you can approach. You just but if you want to master the game, you have to get good.
I really do like Dreamland as a world as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Iron Waddle Dees being funny made me actually feel something that's like an actual bar. Aw. But yeah, it's I wish it was acknowledged more within the Kirby series. Like, normally I wouldn't... How to put this? With the Mario series, I basically never expect to see Mario's Pinball Land referenced in even in games that are particularly referential, because that's not what Mario is as a series. Kirby, on the other hand, Kirby is so referential as a series that I would basically expect everything on this list to be acknowledged in some capacity, with the obvious exclusions of Waddle Doom and probably Kirby's Avalanche. That being said, and Toy Box too, I guess. That being said, it is bizarre to me that Epic Yarn doesn't show up.
I think Kirby's Avalanche, it might have not got a Japanese release specifically, just Puyo Puyo. So.
Correct. We got Kirby's Avalanche in the same way we got Tetris Attack.
Yeah, so in that case, they almost never reference games that are US only.
I think I'm thinking between Dreamland 1 and Dreamland 2 for this, but I could hear an argument for being higher. B tier definitely feels right to me.
I was going to put it higher. I was going to put it in A tier somewhere, honestly.
Oh, interesting.
I just thought that I liked the vibes a lot when we were playing through it. I started to appreciate a lot of the different level concepts for it when we were playing through it. I barely remembered Dreamland or like the futuristic world when from my personal playthrough, but like I feel like I'm having trouble remembering it right now exactly, but the vibes were definitely really strong when we played it all those years ago, and I know as soon as I would actually sit down and play it again, it would hit just as hard in the same way that like Kirby's Adventure does.
There'd be little stuff as well, like since I'm thinking about it, that one beach level where it starts at night but it becomes daytime, and part of how they represent that is they have lens flare. Except this being a world of yarn, the lens flare effect happens or is communicated through little yarn circles. Like there's all sorts of little. That's a very specific thing to communicate, but you're right. There's the game is full of little moments like that, and yeah, that
And I do think it hits a very specific kind of. I appreciate games that have a reason to exist, and I think that Kirby's Epic Yarn feels like a game that does things that no other game does, just in being a very casual, lighthearted experience where you can see these things going on. Like you see that in some of the Yoshi games, but I think Epic Yarn gets that much better because you can't be hurt, because you're more frequently running into these sorts of things, then it's just good vibes and stuff like that. So like it would be one of the first games I would introduce to one of my children if I had any children.
It's honestly, yeah, probably the same. I think we're about to get extremely top heavy in this list as we move into the modern era.
Yeah, well, I expect we might have to make more tiers, but
well,
just rename them different things.
That's what I'm wondering. Maybe Epic Yarn goes in a tier between A and B.
I could see that. Yeah, that feels reasonable.
I'm gonna have to adjust all these colors. We're also gonna have to come up with better names than A and A half.
Yes, definitely.
Boy, howdy. Okay. Help me out with some of these, because I can't see what I'm doing. I think I just adjusted that. Yep. Yep.
That's right. You're
Okay,
good.
cool.
You skipped a color before, but now you didn't. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, duh. Minuses exist. Why the hell did I forget about the existence of plus and minus? Wow, okay. We'll go with that then.
Well, I was thinking you were going to name them like cute novelty names or something, but you could just go with this.
Okay, there we go. This is Adeline, and this is Ado. Boom.
Not that Ado is specifically worse than Adeline, just alphabetically lower.
Yes. Obviously, this is Waddle, and the others we will figure out as they go.
F is fuck off. We don't care enough to give you a specific Kirby reference.
Speaking of Mass Attack, honestly,
Mass Attack.
I fucking hate Mass Attack. I'm really sorry. I really, really, really do not like Mass Attack.
It just is so actively obnoxious to play. That said, like some of the side modes are good, but like even then, I would say Superstar Ultra has better side modes if you count those. They kind of hit in the same way as side modes, even though they're not really side modes. But then like Triple Deluxe would come out not too much later, and that has way better side modes. But
Mass Attack is another one that's fun for its novelties, I think.
It references the Kirby anime, which I'm never gonna complain about. But,
Dark Matter shows up in a fairly significant capacity. The squeaks
yeah, the
show up.
shmup minigame is good.
Marks shows up for that matter. It's you kind of get the who's who of everyone in the side modes, as well as the one flex guy. I forget his name, but he was kind of turned into Richard Simmons in the dub from the anime. He's kind of the jazzercise guy, and I don't know, a very deep cut anime reference basically. And like this,
Kirby Mass Attack just feels actively unpleasant to play. You're having to wrangle all of these terrible
Max Flexer,
AIs.
that's his name. Yes.
You're having to wrangle these terrible AIs that kill themselves constantly, and gets even worse if you're trying to get 100% because you have to not kill any of them, and it turns into like this obnoxious. The whole game is battling the controls and trying to compete with. It's like one glorified giant escort mission, except an escort mission with terrible controls along the way too. So I really can't stand it. It makes me not want to go back to the side content sometimes, even just because it's like, yeah, I could, but then I'd have to boot up Mass Attack to play that. Like, I don't know.
Well, not only that, in order to get a lot of the minigames, you really have to get a lot of medals to get there.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
On paper,
the side content feels like it's almost worse that the side content's good in a way, just because then you have to play this actively unpleasant game just to get this content that's otherwise inaccessible unless you play this bad game.
Yeah, that's sort of it. Like, it's if a minigame compilation of just the side modes released, it would be an underwhelming release, but it would be neat because it would be you'd have all these very experimental approaches, these very disparate things, and again, it's referencing a lot of stuff, which to that point still felt very novel to do.
It's weird to have a game that would be actively better for not including as much content, but I think that's the case for Mass Attack. Just I would feel more satisfied with it as a release if it just was the minigames from the start instead of making you play Mass Attack in order to get to them.
And it's weird because it's not like Mass Attack is a game with zero thought put into it. There's a lot of really interesting experimental ideas that they're going for. Like, okay, you've got the let's ignore the actual gameplay for a sec. I know, but push that to the side. Focus on what the game is doing with its offers. You have DDD Resorts. There's the whole gimmick of you have to work your way into the inner ring of stages, so that's kind of interesting. There's the one world where you have to get into a rocket, you go up and then come back down. There are a bunch of levels in sequence that are built around that. That's interesting storytelling. Additionally, interesting storytelling is the fact that there's this whole character arc with the chicken and its little chicks. it's kind of doing the Dynablade thing, but still there's a big mean birdie, but you help protect its children in a later stage, and then towards the end of the game, the birdie becomes a friend. I think it actually is called Birdie. That's interesting. There's actually quite a lot of thought going into that and into the structure and into the pacing. And again, these are all things that on paper are really great ideas. I just think the main engine to communicate a lot of that is dog shit.
Yeah.
Like you said, that it's so brutally antagonistic to the player that it's in order to unlock the final boss, you have to not only clear every stage, but you have to do a no-hit run of every stage.
Yeah. It's like Pikmin if you were completely disallowed from losing any Pikmin, and also the Pikmin were a lot larger of hitboxes, and the Pikmin would do little goofy dances to wander around all over the time and bump into enemies when you aren't completely micromanaging every single one of them at all times.
Gooms, I have very bad news for you. You are describing Hey Pikmin.
Oh, joy.
I also don't think Hey Pikmin is a very good game, but this is not a Pikmin tier list.
Well, do you control the Pikmin with a touchscreen?
What? How do you, I mean, you throw them to hit buttons. I actually don't remember. Gosh, it's been a while since I've played it. I think you might.
So how do people actually play Pikmin 2? A lot of resetting if I lose Pikmin deaths. So, which might be cheesing it, but I did not care.
Let's see. Now, I will fully acknowledge that part of the issue of our playthrough was that we were playing it emulated. And the setup that I had, I was using a tablet as a controller with a stylus to simulate the control. There's some weirdness there.
That's not the whole issue. I've played on a DS and had the exact same issues. So I think it's just awkward as hell.
That's just it. Yeah, there. I can try to defend the game by saying, there was some hardware weirdness to it, but I really don't think that's it entirely. The Kirbys are so finicky to fling around.
Yeah,
it's
the Kirbys don't need the Kirbys moving around and running into danger on their own. How would that be improved by a better control scheme, huh? Straw man, who I'm claiming to be a big straw man version of a Mass Attack fan who theoretically exists.
Yeah, get his ass. I think it says a lot. People joke about, Kirby's a series that we talked about this with Squeak Squad last time. Kirby's a series where it starts where Kirby was going to have a cake, but his cake was stolen, but ends with, and he defeated an elder god. People joke about that. The villain of Mass Attack is Necrodeus, which is literally Death God. And I so wish Death God was the bad guy in literally any other Kirby game, because that's such a fun, high concept that is wasted here.
I don't remember any of the plot of the game whatsoever, other than Kirby turned into 10 Kirbys by getting squished or something, and then eventually has to face off against Death God. That is literally all I remember.
Death God caused that to happen. I think he squished Kirby. Did you watch the Mass Attack ad? I did when we were playing it, but it's like there are 10 versions of the same guy that just run and fling themselves at someone, isn't it? Something like that.
It's like Things are better in numbers, and like had kids flinging themselves at Wispy Woods or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Necrodeus up there ain't happy with this game's placement. I've always, on that subject, I've always really liked how Necrodeus appears in the artwork this is based on, because he's kind of going, "Arr!" Which, again, very apt for what we're doing here. I think as well, we had a lot of problems with, or a lot of objections to Canvas Curse for it being a game that is so reliant on the gimmick of the DS hardware, but and that being having very little substance once you get past the point of that novelty being able to carry a whole game. At the same time, Canvas Curse came out very early in the DS's life cycle, so there's some you can kind of justify going, well, okay, developers needed to take some time to experiment with ideas and see what would and wouldn't work. It's valuable to have a game like Canvas Curse. Mass Attack is a late DS game that feels like an early DS game. I would say that at that point in the DS's life cycle, they really should have gotten that out of their systems.
Yeah, Canvas Curse I can give a certain amount of lenience to, because like the hardware was new and there were growing pains, and I could understand wanting to explore it, and it does. I can at least see what the high concept was with it, and it kind of worked it actually worked pretty well when they transferred that idea into Kirby and the Rainbow Curse, and like we got one good boss fight out of it. So like there is stuff that in there that, even though I hate the core gameplay of it, I could see why this project exists. Mass Effect, I don't really feel needs to exist.
Mass Attack, not Mass Effect.
Oh, Mass Attack. Why did I say Mass Effect?
Honestly, I've known people who have made that or who've mixed
Freudian
up those
slip.
names. Yes, don't feel bad about it. Doesn't help as well in British releases. Squeak Squad was Mouse Attack, so you had Mouse Attack and you had Mass Attack.
Oh.
But yeah, like come to think of it, I don't think we, again, besides the artwork, I don't think we see Death God or any real acknowledgement of Mass Attack crop up a whole lot these days. Probably it gets
Mass
the
Attack,
odd visual reference, but
I would put a version of Mass Attack that has a completed save file on it above Waddle Doom. But I would put a fresh save file of Mass Attack below Waddle Doom, because I think Waddle Doom has more just pure joy as an experience than Mass Attack has.
I think that's fair. I think that is fair. Mass Attack gets a surprising amount of song remixes in Rainbow Curse. That's right, I forgot about that.
Which I guess we are judging on a fresh save, so down to the bottom it goes.
Yes. I don't think there's a whole lot to add there. Luckily, as mentioned, this is the last of the mid Kirby games. So now we move on to the modern era with Kirby's return to Adventure Wii, or something like that.
Yes.
Sadly, this is going to be another one where a lot of people really like this game, and I kind of go, it's all right.
Same.
I did play Return to Dreamland when it was new-ish. This was the very last new Kirby game I played for the longest time, and even then, this was a game that I played with one of my college roommates who was let's not mince words, a huge dick that I really did not get along with after a while. But that's neither here nor there. I did play it when it was relatively new. I ran through the entire base game. Did not explore any of the extra modes or anything like that. I just kind of ran through it. It was like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
A big part of it was that I didn't get what modern Kirby was. It would take me until, again, playing Triple Deluxe on stream that I went, oh, this is the experience of modern Kirby. So I think for people for whom Return to Dreamland was their first Kirby game, or their first mainline Kirby game, or even their first modern Kirby game, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, who would have gotten that, who would have understood that template and that game design approach way earlier than I did, and formed a much more meaningful connection to the game than I did. For me, it was, again, since we ran through the series in order, it wouldn't really have been until after we played Return to Dreamland Deluxe that I saw the gameplay of Return to Dreamland and went, okay, this is what they're going for modern Kirby. That being said, I still think it's fine. It is a very neat return to form for the series. Finally, fully resuming the Superstar template in a fully original release.
It's always kind of surprising to me. Like, I enjoy the game, but it's surprising to me that it's become such a huge landmark of like a turning point for so many people, and like one that they so fondly remember, because when I got it, I was a little let down. I thought the game was short. I felt like it went through the same plot beats as previous Kirby games. It felt like a Kirby game that was modern, but it was just taking like the high concept of now it has co-op from New Super Mario Bros. Wii and adapting it to a Kirby game, which is fine. But I guess as someone that never really has a chance to play with co-op, I just kind of got a normal, acceptable Kirby game that occasionally got a little repetitive with the super abilities deleting the level design, or like you having to go through a lot of doomer segments a few times.
That's a name that just gets funnier as the years go on.
Yeah. But again, I don't want to be harsh on it. Like the boss designs are probably the strongest they've been since classic Kirby, for sure. It's a return to form of those classic bosses that of like Adventure and Superstar and Dreamland 2 and whatnot. I haven't really seen bosses that were that good for a while, since like Dreamland 3 and Kirby 64 are kind of mid in that regard. But like I liked the little puzzle rooms that emphasized each copy ability you got. I feel like that's something that should exist in more Kirby games, just to really see if you can master a copy ability instead of just like experimenting with it and doing a little bit here and there. And like the shooting gallery type mini game was fun with the giant robots. They should have brought that back.
Yeah, that's like the one thing that's I'll absolutely point to Return to Dreamland Deluxe and go, you missed this though.
Yeah. Mr. Duder is great. Can't hate on Mr. Duder.
We love Mr. Duder. This is a pro Mr. Duder channel. We stan Mr. Duder.
Yes.
Regarding the super abilities, I think it took modern Kirby a couple iterations before it really figured out how it was going to do its big, meaty gimmicks. We'll get into some of the later offers with some of the later games, but I think the super abilities are fine, but for the fact that this is supposed to be a co-op game. We kind of experienced that as a weirdness in our playthrough, where you, Pier, and Tarvold were just kind of stuck there watching me as I completely failed to execute a bunch of the super abilities as intended.
Well, it's weird because I feel like it's especially bad in co-op, but I don't think it's personally not great in single player either, just because it's, at least for me, it always felt like it was, okay, now we're going to watch the gameplay itself for a while, essentially. So,
I think it's fun to have environments where you're just allowed to tear through stuff, or you're doing something that's radically different to the rest of the gameplay flow. Again, modern Kirby eventually gets really good at that and finding consistent ways to have unique offers that essentially they've taken. We talked about Super Smash Bros. Brawl using the gameplay of Superstar to communicate something different. Modern Kirby does that a lot by having the gameplay of itself, but introducing segments where you're doing something completely different, and that just coming across as a completely unique gameplay mode. I think in Return to Dreamland, it is fun to wreck the set in a bunch of stages, but the issue is that they're so powerful that it often completely precludes level design. Like the snowball segments. It is really fun to complete a snowman by being a big old ball and going on top of the body, and as a snowman, the bloom and all the dudes go away. But the problem is that I feel like the complete idea is Kirby as a ball goes on top of a snowman. The issue is that there needs to be other stuff to get to that point, so the game just kind of throws in, well, I guess there's some bad guys here. And
I think the snowball was actually weirdly one of the more engaging of them, just because I think at one time you actually had to go left. Ooh.
But like, you compare that to the room everyone loves to point out with the cutter trap. It feels like there's way more thought put into the cutter trap compared to the snowball segment, or for that matter, I'm trying to remember. SG is gonna call me out for being a lunkhead and not remembering these specific things. The one sunset, the Sky Tower, where it's sunset and the music's really good and you're kind of moving through little blockety rooms, or the area that I felt, or the other stage in, I think, Egg Engine, where it's kind of like a sewer and you've got you're moving through a bunch of underwater channels and stuff. There's a lot of thought put into those segments. Again, to me, they're not amazing, but they're definitely memorable segments. But there's a lot more thought put into those, it feels like, compared to, I don't know, the one where you've got Super Hammer and you're in a volcano and you're just pounding pegs. And it's fine to pound pegs, but it's not. There's such a disparity between levels there.
You lunkhead, how could you not remember the specific things?
I'm just saying, man. But like I said, I think it's a fine game. I really like what it does in terms of bringing back abilities. It's really fun to see high jump as an offer. It's
greatly improved high jump too. Like, high jump is a great ability specifically for the Krakow fight and not a lot else. But it's really good in the Krakow fight. I love it there. But like here, they expanded it into an ability where you can just whoosh around everywhere, and I think that was needed.
Um, for that matter, adding water as an ability or spear as an ability, both things from the Kirby anime, uh, officially canonizing them is a really fun early showing of what modern Kirby is going to do, where everything is
Yeah.
relevant. Um,
Uh, I never was sure if that was canonizing them because they do look different. Um, but it could be just a different take on them, or it could just be a coincidence. I was never positive.
if I'm being fair, it's probably largely a coincidence. But at the same time, I don't know. Again, they referenced Max Flexor in the previous
Yeah.
game, so at least they're at least definitely thinking about a lot of this stuff. Um, it's also really neat that they have the ability rooms as a side area. Um, weird that didn't really become the standard. I'm glad at least they revisited the idea in Forgotten Land, but it's really fun as an optional challenge mode to have all these challenge rooms of the different abilities. To
Also,
really
Kirby didn't have a. Also, Kirby didn't have a spirit ability in that anime. That's right. He had the
baton he
baton.
had, and
Yeah.
that would be later. Um,
Yeah.
well, it's still at the very least having water is kind of a neat maybe
Yeah.
reference. But speaking of Spear, as mentioned earlier in chat, Bandy first appeared as first made his big playable debut here, and the series was never the same. Just as soon as the best character was introduced,
Yes.
um, I do. We'll probably get into this a bit more as we draw closer to Battle Royale, but I really like that Bandy becomes not only the player for, but also the best friend character in the series. Weirdly feels like he's completing something as much as he's just Hat Goomba. I don't know. He's got a lot going on for him. He's a sweet man.
Well, he feels like he's going off of that legacy too of like there's Waddle Dee and Kirby 64 obviously, and then there's the helpers and Kirby Superstar. Um, he feels like he's going along with the identity of the Kirby series of making friends with everybody, even the common enemies.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's the most emblematic of that idea.
I'd agree with that. Yeah. Return to Dreamland also, of course, gives us Magalore, who is probably the runaway favorite character of the series. I know Mags usually places top of Japanese popularity polls. Of course, he's after Kirby DDD Meta Knight, he's probably the best remembered character in the series. Mags is another instance of it took me a while to get this character. Don't get me wrong, it is in my first playthrough
I
it
like
was
I like a lot of the incidental dialogue that you can find with him.
Mhm.
I do think the initial playthrough was very much like, oh, this guy is going to turn out to be the bad guy because Kirby would absolutely do that sort of thing, and then they did that sort of thing. It's like, well, there it is.
I think I'll fully admit to I think I was surprised by it. Was I? Well, now I can't remember. I may have been spoiled on it by the internet, but
Huh.
no,
It just
I don't know.
even though it wasn't specifically in the same vein as like Nightmare and stuff, it felt like it was very much following in the footsteps of a late game twist and ooh, this guy you don't know anything about, he's gonna turn out to be I wonder what his deal is. It just felt like something Kirby would do. But
I think the way I'll put it is Mags felt a lot like Marks.
yeah.
I think the series since then has really done its due to make the two characters feel distinct. Again, especially once we come to Return to Dreamland Deluxe. But it definitely took me a while before I saw Mags as more than just, well, as new age Marks. That being said, I think if you as a player get to Magalore Soul, that's when the character really starts to become interesting.
Yeah.
Because that's when the game is fine. If you're good enough to get to that point, then you really get an interesting fight. The final boss of the base game is fine and interesting. I just think there's such a pronounced difference between a base game and that remix fight at the end of Extra Mode.
I don't think I played Kirby's Return to Dreamland fully when I had it as a kid or as a high schooler or whatever.
When it was new, perhaps.
Yeah. But I think I didn't really understand the structure of what modern Kirby was going for, where you don't have to play through all of the extra content. We're not gonna force you, but if you really want to get all the full experience, you kind of have to play through all of it secretly. And I feel like if I would have done that, and if I would have known to do that, and it wasn't just like along the lines of Mario Galaxy, where you can play through the whole game again as Luigi, but you get one level and it's one you've seen at the beginning of the game, and sure, that's cute, but don't feel like it's a priority to actually play through this again. I thought it was something more along those lines, and it wasn't. So maybe if I would have done that, I would have made it a higher priority to play through that instead of moving on to other things.
I think an issue for me... Hold on, I have to friggin' shuffle my music. Alright. I think an issue for me is... Kirby's Return to Dreamland brands its extra mode as extra mode. In a game that's called Return to Dreamland, that is specifically a throwback title, and is literally stating that it is returning to Kirby's Dreamland, to have an extra mode invokes the very specific identity of Kirby's Dreamland's extra mode, which is the mode that gives Kirby's Dreamland its challenge. By definition, that is what is happening in Return to Dreamland as well. However, the difference is that Kirby's Dreamland is a game that can be completed in 15 minutes, whereas Kirby's Return to Dreamland is probably not being finished in 15 minutes. I think
let me wait just a second.
I sort of invited this upon myself.
Let's see what the speedrun.com has to say.
Well, that's only in North America. You say that, however, Kirby's Adventure also had an extra mode that, again, was a specific modification of a fairly short game. So you get it in both directions. So, yeah.
Any percent main mode, 1 hour 34 minutes for
there
the main
you go.
mode.
Not 15 minutes. Regardless, the point being that in the original Kirby's Dreamland, or if you'd rather, Kirby's Adventure, those games' campaigns are so small that it's that being that completing it and getting the immediate prompt of, hey, you want to do it again? Is like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll jump into that right away. Whereas in Return to Dreamland, it's such a lengthy campaign that to get the prompt for a bonus round that is the same thing but harder is kind of like, maybe I'll come back to it. Which
Yeah.
I think, ironically, I was just ragging on Meta Nightmare Ultra for feeling like it makes the base game feel way too fast. But I do think that that's the upshot to branding something specifically as a replay mode. Is that you get this sense of, or it makes it feel a lot more approachable to replay the whole game, because it condenses things, because it makes it so that you can charge through it a lot quicker, because it removes most of the things that give the game extra length. It feels a lot cleaner of a, or it feels. For me, if I know now, or I'm now, I'm struggling to figure out how to put this thought. Kirby has primed me as a series to want and yearn for opportunities to really master the games. I get a lot out of what Kirby is doing as a series and how modern Kirby iterates upon itself. I don't think Return to Dreamland communicates that, or it doesn't communicate that as clearly as later games would, and thus I think there's a little less incentive to master the game than I would want out of
it. I think just playing as a new character in all of these special extra modes where you play as that's so immediately inviting that it encourages you to replay the game. Whereas with Return to Dreamland, yeah, you could play it again, but it's just in extra mode. Like, it's like, maybe I could do that another time. It's not as immediately engaging. And like, you could say the same thing for Kirby's Dream Land, but Kirby's Dream Land is so short that you're probably going to want more game out of it after you finish it.
Yeah. That being said, it's still a good game. I really can't put it too low.
Yeah. And if only Return to Dreamland had extra characters to let you play as. Yeah, but those are characters you could always play as. They're not like the special character you get for unlocking it.
For that matter, we didn't really acknowledge the fact that you can play the whole campaign as Meta Knight and DDD and Bandy.
And actually back then it wasn't completely fair because they do have differences, but to someone that didn't know anything about the game, it just felt like, yeah, but I basically had this by playing with the spear ability or the hammer ability or the sword ability. And for Meta Knight especially, there were a lot of differences, which makes that not entirely fair, but still, it was like, it wasn't an immediate priority for me because of that reason.
If memory serves, like, you can do a lot with those three guys, but there's still occasionally stuff that the other characters just have to step back and let Kirby solve. Like fire stuff or what have you. But all right, for placement, what do you think? I think other people would place it a bit higher. I feel like somewhere in B tier is probably appropriate.
Yeah. I think above Smash Bros for sure. I'm debating whether I want it between the two Kirby's Dream Lands or not.
I mean, aesthetically, that just lines up Kirby's Dreamland, Kirby's Return to Dreamland, Kirby's Return to Dreamland again, but earlier. I probably put it over regular Dreamland.
Okay.
This probably feels right to me. Especially now that I get what it's going for. I think I really do. There's way more to like about Return to Dreamland, and there's a lot. Not a diss on regular Dreamland, but Return to Dreamland. It's the challenge modes and the high skill ceiling and the arena and the true
That's
arena.
true. Going through the challenge modes and like the sniper shot, or what was it called? Scope shot.
Scope shot,
and,
yeah.
And like the arena and all that. I felt really engaged with the stream in a way that I hadn't really been engaged previously. So that counts for something.
All right.
And introducing co-op, for what it's worth, that is always a nice thing to do. So I think that I still think, like, if you're going to look at it as pure level design, I think this is some of the weaker level design in the series, but it has other things going for it.
It merits mention as well that Return to Dreamland is finally it is essentially a game that had been in development for 10 years. It really took the the project was originally supposed to be a GameCube release. Went through like 2 or 3 different iterations before it finally came out as Return to Dreamland. This was just the team experimenting with ideas that just didn't work and didn't work and didn't work. I think you definitely feel that sense of relief of the game finally coming out and being something. Again, kind of along the lines of what we were talking about with Superstar Ultra earlier, of it's just nice to have this thing here that is a fairly derivative but also confident take on what it wants to be. And I think that that is worth... within the scope of the series, I think that's fairly significant as well.
I think I probably, to a certain extent, played it at the wrong time in my life too, just because when I played it, I was really starting to appreciate level design in video games, and how they were structured. And if you go into Kirby's Dream Land expecting that, you're going to probably be pretty disappointed, because like, there's a couple neat moments, but it's very much vibes based, and it doesn't have like these cool moments in the same way that a lot of other games have.
Yeah. But the vibes, though.
Yeah. And the bosses are good, and like the mini games and structure and stuff. It doesn't test you, and it doesn't teach you very much, but it does have cool hype moments and aura.
All right, speaking of Return to Dreamland, let's talk about Return to Dreamland's expansion pack. This is kind of a weird one to qualify. This is standing in for Kirby's Dream Collection, which means means there are a couple different ways we can look at it. We could consider this to be the entire collection, so 6 games: Dreamland 1, 2, 3, 64 Superstar, Adventure. In which case, it would obviously top the list. But we could also consider it to be the museum, or we could simply consider it to be the bonus content, the extra set of levels that they added onto it.
I think it deserves credit for being one of the better compilation releases out of any game, just for like respecting the chronology of the series and also introducing the really cool extra mode, which had its own unique ability and special challenge areas and a unique boss fight. And like, I thought like that was way more than I would have expected, and to almost get like half of a full video game as a bonus was a lot more than I was expecting. And it's just a really sweet gesture when you really thought that you were only going to get the 6 Kirby games before. But to kind of get 7 Kirby games, since there's more content in there than like Kirby's Dream Land 1, for example, probably.
It probably on par, honestly.
Yeah. So honestly, I think I would rate this really highly. Probably.
I probably do put it in S, honestly.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird asterisk of a game to list, but at the same time, it is genuinely, to what you're saying, it is genuinely one of the best video game compilations ever made, perhaps?
Yeah.
A very easy comparison is Super Mario All-Stars.
Wait, is it 6 or 7 Kirby games? Well, let me think. Dreamland.
No, wait, I think that's a jape. I think that's a joke.
Oh, like 6, 7. Okay.
But it would be six core games plus the extra mode.
Yes. So it kind of sits on the barrier between 6 and 7, weirdly enough.
So there you go. It gave us Magalore theme park lore. Weirdly, yes.
But yeah, I think it deserves credit over like your mediocre compilations like Namco Museum or something, because it's not just compiling these games, it's telling you the history of these things and presenting it in a fun and funny way and adding in an entirely new campaign with it. And everyone makes the comparison, but just look at it side by side with the Super Mario All-Stars release, which once was a very thoughtful compilation of games, but then they just decided, well, let's literally do that again by dumping the ROM onto a Wii disc. And like, what are you even doing?
Yeah, it's weird. And you get anime episodes, yes. And in the Japanese release, you got manga as well.
Yeah.
Vanilla mentioned before Dream Collection featuring Obama, which is very funny, but I also highlights how nifty it is that the chronology not only tracks the games, but also has little tidbits mentioning historical events that happened. And like in the grand scheme of things, it's the things that the historical events that are being compared to, like the completion of the International Space Shuttle, the completion of the Human Genome Project. Obviously, you're burying the lead a little bit from a historical perspective. You're like, this was the year that this is the year that Kirby's Dream Land 3 came out. also the International Space Station. Well, one of those things is more important than the other, but
Yeah.
at the same time, it's
I think
really,
that
really cool to get that contextualization of going, these things both existed in the continuum of human efforts.
I think it's funny too. It feels like it's tongue in cheek with that a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. But it's just I didn't uh have this collection as a kid. I had all of the games. I didn't really need the
Yeah, me
collection.
neither.
But at the same time, I think if I did have that collection when I was young, it would have been the type of thing that really would have been mind expanding and really did a lot to really would have done a lot to make me curious and excited about the idea of just make a lot of connections that I don't think I would have made otherwise. And that is very much the thing I value about these types of things, that I think is a thing that you can really do with these types of compilations and collections. You can highlight the progression of human expression and technology through a medium so specific as a memorial compilation of a specific video game franchise.
Mhm. Like, I wouldn't say if you played all the other games, you gotta go out and purchase this one now. But like, if you haven't played the other games, and for some reason this version is affordable, I think it's really expensive now. But
oh yeah,
like this would be a good one to have. If you had if you were on a deserted island, this would probably be my pick for a Kirby game.
pretty hard to argue with that. Yeah, and then we were just talking about challenge modes in Return to Dreamland, but so they took the best part of Return to Dreamland and put it as it's not just that there are some levels here, it's that there's specifically even more challenge levels that they custom did for this, and that's really neat to see. Again, that connection of history of you can play the oldest Kirby game, and now you can play a brand new Kirby game, and or an incarnation of the newest Kirby game, and these two things exist in the same package, and that's just really gosh darn neat to see.
Or you could emulate this game on an emulator, emulate emulated games, emulate Simpson.
I mean, yes, but yeah, this will probably stay bottom of S, but I think it's very valid to be up there.
Yeah, I agree.
What do we got next? Triple Deluxe. Moving right along
Okay.
with Modern Kirby.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, this has to be up in Adeline. I would honestly put it in S myself, but that might be a little high. I think...
Go ahead.
Like I said, this is the game that made me get Modern Kirby. I think there's still some stuff to iron out. That Pure Ribbit is a very annoying boss. But
Yeah.
I think, by and large, this is when all the stuff really started to come together. Kumizaki's horror background as a horror artist really found its place within Kirby as a series. The Kirby finally figured out how to use continuity and references to really compelling effect. The addition of the spot dodge does a lot to strengthen Kirby's mechanical identity as a beat 'em up. I really even the you can make the argument that Hypernova wasn't quite there yet as a gimmick ability, but I think it's a lot stronger or a lot better integrated into the proceedings of levels, and they have a lot more fun with it than compared to the super abilities. I don't know. I really think Triple Deluxe has the sauce.
It has the. I feel it works better into the level design, but also you're kind of doing similar things in each level. So it wasn't until like you get the soul, and the skeleton. Like it's the skeleton, but it's not the soul that would exist with the super copy abilities. Those would be combined into the Robobot armors with Robobot.
Yeah, that's fair.
But no, I really love Triple Deluxe. I think that Hypernova is a good thing that kind of works sometimes. It's not my favorite, but I feel like I'm more actively engaged with that than anything. I feel like there's a lot of cute moments in this game, especially. You really start to see them expand on just like little incidental storytelling with this game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel this game has probably my single favorite side content in the series.
DDD Tour?
Well, not just DDD Tour. There's also
oh, right. The actual sub games.
Yeah. There's DDD Drum Dash and Kirby Clash. Team Kirby Clash.
No, this was Kirby Fighters.
Kirby Fighters, yeah. To have a full like Smash Bros like mode, it's really cool to have an extra mode. I feel like the actual release was a little bit underwhelming because they took this side mode and barely added any content to it.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute, but yeah.
But as a side mode, it's like, wow, this could be expanded into a full real game, and this is incredible for what it is. And Drum Dash is just great because it's like this really cool alternate take on a rhythm game where you have to focus on the offbeats and try to get extra claps in, and controls like no other rhythm game. Story-wise, it's cool because DDD gets a unique focus where he rarely gets that sort of thing. I think the arena is nice because it has real difficulty, and having this game has teeth in a way that I hadn't experienced in a long time in Kirby. I like most of the unique abilities. I think the level archetypes are really fun. I would probably put it in S, honestly.
All right, yeah, let's jack it up there.
And single best pun name of any game ever, because it's missed out a little bit in English because Kirby Superstar is Kirby Super Deluxe in Japan, so this is Kirby Triple Deluxe, and since it's on the 3DS, that means that it's Kirby 3D. So it's a double pun where it's like Super Deluxe but also on the 3DS, and I've loved that so much.
Yes. We kind of just blitzed through a lot of that, but honestly, I think we hit a lot of the high notes.
High Ribbit sucks. The rest of the game's good.
Yes. Yeah. Let's see. What else? You more consistently get the lore. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first game to have the pause screen lore, right? because like you did have to go fishing around for it in Return to Dreamland with Magus's conversations and such.
Um,
But here you get stuff like the explanation of what Coily Rattler is, and
yeah.
the insane recontextualization of what Krakow is to the series.
Yeah.
Like again, talk about taking a not to diss him, but a fairly whatever boss that's just like, oh, he's an evil cloud. Okay, that's cute. And just contextualizing it as the manifestation of the collective quintessence of perturbed frustration and wrath that is collected in a stratospheric malevolence. Like, what in the holy hell is going on there? But that
There was some pause screen lore in Return to Dreamland and Superstar Ultra, but Triple Deluxe is the first one where it's on every boss. Yeah.
that's it. Right. Because Magalore, or nope. Well, yes, but Mark Soul had it in Superstar Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
Also, new abilities as mentioned. I don't think I'm head over heels for any of the new abilities, but they're all very fun to mess with. Like Archer is fun, Circus is fun, Beetle is fun. I kind of look at them and go, oh
Bell.
yeah, they're fun. Bell, that was the other one.
Yeah.
All of those are like, yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, I don't love the new abilities. That might put it below the collection. But but it's up there.
I still think I put it over the collection myself, but
okay. Like Bell kind of feels like just whack it and like just bonk 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 and that's it.
Beetle's fine. It's a new suplex, and like I like suplex. Beetle feels like suplex with extra steps, and extra steps sort of distracts me, but it's still suplex mostly. I seem to remember wishing we got to play with Circus more than we actually did. I have no idea if that's. Speaking of Circus,
I think they. What?
No, you go ahead. I was gonna switch up topics.
Oh, I don't think they use Circus very much, and I also think Circus is a little awkward. It's awkward in a way where it feels like no other ability, but I was always uncertain if that was a good thing or not. And I never know which moves to gravitate towards when I'm using Circus.
I do think it says a lot that, if I remember correctly, I leaned on Ninja for arena stuff. Like, Ninja's a really fun ability, but it does suggest that it didn't really connect with any of the new abilities as much. It's fine. Not every game has to have has to introduce something that completely changes how I engage with the series. I just think that the new offer's like, yeah, that's fun. Okay, let's go back to something else. But again, I really can't emphasize enough just how much neat stuff there is to throughout the game. There's lots of really distinct and fun individual levels. The fun house one with the mirror puzzles, that's really clever.
Also, you didn't acknowledge my comment on Triple Deluxe's title also being a triple pun in reference to DDD. Yeah, and also that there's 3 modes, like Vanilla said.
Indeed.
3 main modes. So yeah, like a quadruple pun.
I like that one of the worlds is just called Endless Explosions! I really can't do that a whole lot right now. And yeah, as mentioned, I really think that we had it happen on stream. We were running through DDD Tour. We got to the end. I was kind of like, okay, well, what are they going to do here? And very suddenly, Amazing Mirror was extremely relevant to this game, and I was like, what? Where did that come from? And I think it's just such a neat. It was really neat and exciting that was what Kirby was. What Kirby got to be going forward. I think as well, Triple Deluxe leans a lot into touchscreen controls, but as kind of an example of the difference between modern Kirby and middle era Kirby, the touchscreen controls really don't feel that out of place. They're a little awkward for me to actually implement during our playthrough, but like it's fine. It's just occasionally it's like, well, let's experiment with something here, and that stuff was fine, and that was fun, and it was a decent pace breaker within a very solid gameplay flow. Yeah, no, Triple Deluxe is a phenomenal game. And it only got better from there.
How do you feel about the keychains? Like, they're something to collect, and
they're cute.
Yeah.
I like that Yin Yarn gets a custom sprite. That's cute. In general, I like that sprite work specifically is what's being acknowledged there. That's a neat touch.
Extra content is something that they kind of have to add for a portable game, especially where you just fill it out with collecting useless garbage. I appreciate that it's there. I like collecting useless garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a nice thing to a nice little random incentive for just poke around a little more, and you can have Dynablade commemorated or whatever. I don't know.
And it's not nearly as obnoxious as, like, say, getting the cards in Kirby 64.
Yes. All right. Moving on from Triple Deluxe, we have DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe. Honestly,
I love this one. Honestly,
I mean, it's very good.
I think as a rhythm game, it's super enjoyable. It only costs like $5 initially too, so you can't judge it too harshly for just being like such a tiny release. Unlike Kirby Fighters, I feel like this significantly ups the amount of content and deserves to exist because it's content that's entirely separate from the main game. Mm-hmm. It's actually really smart how they plan through a lot of the sequences that you have to do. It's surprisingly inventive how you have to bounce on certain platforms or go through rings in time with the beat. Like, it's something that's most evident when you're actually playing through it, but I think it's maybe the most successful example of taking like a platformer style game and transferring it into a rhythm engine, much more than like Tadpole Treble was, or like Bit Trip Runner, or similar things of that ilk. I think that the way that your movement is really digital and you can plan out exactly moving to the next platform in time with the beat makes it uh, feel a lot stiffer, but stiffer in a way that it needs to be in order for its genre, because you need to be able to plan out the beats. So yeah, I really like this. I got a lot of playtime out of it. It's what really made me appreciate Crowned as a song. I thought it was good before, but I never vibed with it until I played that game, and just seeing the sequence of events while getting good at the song really made me appreciate the path that the song takes.
Things like the having to hit all the offbeats early on to get kind of that cadence, and the triplets towards the end, and Mags coming in and just being a jerk for funsies.
Yeah,
Really gives that song a lot of character.
yeah.
I I
I,
haven't played
I,
a
I, I I just like that everything is either on the beat or on the offbeat, so you can the entire game is like about fake outs and uh keeping up with the fake outs and making sure you don't get tripped up on it. It's honestly very easy just to do bounce clap bounce clap bounce clap constantly, but if you do that, then you're going to lose because you're playing the game wrong. um, you have to know when you do it. Um, it like turns it into a pure memory game, but not in a bad way. I think that's what it should be as a rhythm game. Just learning that mastery of it.
it's with with rhythm games, I my main frame of reference is going to be Guitar Hero 3. One of the things
Mhm.
that when I learned Guitar Hero 3 and was going through playing it a lot, learning all the songs, when you have a really well designed track, it really gets interesting seeing the visual and mechanical flow of the descending notes and how that communicates the music. Uh, Particular, like, let me think. I always think of Reptilia's da 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 da, and it's neat having that. This is gonna be so weird having background music in the back. It's really neat having that. In the game, it represents that by having the it switches which fret you're emphasizing in order to hit those notes. So da 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 da, and you're just kind of making two separate progressions horizontally while you're hitting the percussive breaks as well as part of that. So you really learn the song through the feel of moving your fingers along the fretboard, of the visual representation on screen, and just that combination of how the mechanical identity of the song is communicated through the difficulty of performing it. To what you're saying, Gooms, there's a lot of really neat sense of Drum Dash Deluxe doing that with all these different Kirby songs, particularly with Crowned, but if I remember correctly, the City Trial cover was in that was in Drum Dash Deluxe, wasn't it? I
I
remember that
believe
as
so.
I remember that as well being really interesting how it kind of flows through it, and again the way it uses the specific enemy behaviors as they're bopping through the Fly E guys from Amazing Mirror, how those weave back and forth. There's a specific mechanical identity to that, and the way that that gets juxtaposed with the flow of the music. Uh,
And I like too the coins teaching you the specific best path through the game and
mhm,
finding the path that gets all of the coins and like ends through a ring or something.
mhm.
Um, it just feels right when you get it all lined up correctly, and when you get that specific moment and it all comes together, it feels incredibly good. Like this is the path that they wanted you to take, and it really matches the song once you get to that point.
Oh, sorrers, excuse me. I should remember that. But yes. And again, it's definitely a lot on first blush. I mean, if you watched my playthrough of it, you definitely saw me really struggle to get the feel for it on my first attempt with a lot of those songs. I think we did 2 sessions on that game. No. I think we did 1 session, but I sucked so badly at drum dash in the base game that you told me, all right, look, pal, off stream, you practice this. You make sure you understand.
Yeah.
And I did try and put the effort into getting it. But so it's a lot on first blush, but once you have that moment of seeing the flow and seeing what it's trying to communicate, everything just really kind of clicks together, and that's a very neat thing to see and to experience as a player. And I haven't played as many rhythm games as I'd like to have played. A genre that I really like. There's a lot of gaps in that knowledge. But I think a really well-designed rhythm game will have that moment. And it's not about specifically emulating a specific instrument or anything like that. It's that realization of the very meticulous communication between the game developer and the player through the medium of music.
Yeah, so much about it is communicating things to the player in order to get you to understand the music. But there's getting difficult for making the song just more difficult, but then there's also difficult by adjusting how much you have to play in the song. And then there's also difficult by adjusting how much information they tell you about the song through the cues you have to follow. So I like that they kind of mix those 3 elements of design and in different ratios, and see how you can how well you can do on the rhythm map from there.
Wait a sec. Oh, okay. Sorry, my laptop was just being funny. Yes.
All that to be said, I think bottom of 8.0 is where I'd put it. Honestly, right where it's at.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's definitely got a lot of... it's one that I'm really enthusiastic about, but particularly within the context of the series overall, it's good.
Yeah.
It by definition, it can't inform a whole lot of subsequent entries, but it is very good for what it is.
Yeah.
Now, for the other expanded sub-game, Kirby Fighters Deluxe, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't like this one as much. It's light, and it honestly, just buy Triple Deluxe and play through Kirby Fighters. You don't need to play Deluxe. It has a couple new stages, a couple new abilities, and like a couple new items, I think, and that's about it, really. It really feels like it doesn't need to exist.
I'm honestly struggling to remember what Fighters Deluxe adds. Shadow Kirby, right? That's the main thing that it adds?
Yeah, I think it adds that at the end of the classic mode, but like... the core of why you would play the game is in Triple Deluxe. And it feels like... sort of cheapens it. Like, it turns this really cool... extra really cool extra mode that feels like an extra mode because it's so extra, and then turns it into just like a kind of mediocre side game.
Uh, Dockwater corrects me. Base Kirby Fighters had Shadow Kirby. Kirby Fighters Deluxe gives us the Army of DDDs and the History of DDD track, which that's fair.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, I'm really lukewarm on it. Honestly, I probably put it in D, to be honest.
Okay. I think maybe here-ish. Like, it's fine. It's just
Yeah, it's fine.
it's not doing a hell of a lot, but it's fine. And again,
To a certain degree, I kind of dislike that it exists because it's like convincing people not to get Triple Deluxe because they might go, well, I just want to play the Kirby Fighters mode, so I'll just get Kirby Fighters Deluxe. And it's like, yeah, but then you're missing out on the best parts of the game. And yes, it's a cool mode, so I can't blame you for wanting to play that, but like, you could play that and get so much other good game if you just got Triple Deluxe. Like,
yeah.
it offers an alternative way of playing the game. It's like, I can't get mad at people for preferring that method of purchase, but also I feel like they're losing something if they're doing that, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does make for a study of contrasts between the two expanded sub-game offers, though.
Yeah. Like with Drum Dash Deluxe, even if you happen to play that game first, you can still go back to the original game and get new music out of it. Mm-hmm. So new music tracks that aren't in Drum Dash Deluxe. So it's not like you feel like you're losing that content. You're actually getting more content from this game you like if you purchase the full Triple Deluxe. So I think that expands on the good parts if you play them out of order, instead of just feeling like a lukewarm substitute of the game you've already played.
That's interesting, but yeah, it's you really can't.
I feel like there's very little reason for someone who has played Kirby Fighters Deluxe to return to the original Kirby Fighters after they've played it and spend much time with it. And like, why are you just going to kill off one of the best side modes in a game like that?
But it does have hats.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually didn't. I forget. Totally, I don't know that I knew that. Like the Hydra hat for Beetle is neat. No shade. That is pretty slick.
I'd probably put it at the bottom of D now that I think, but
I can't put it below Tilt and Tumble.
Okay. I respect Tilt and Tumble more for what it's doing as like an experiment, whereas Fighters Deluxe just feels generic. But I can understand why you might feel that way.
I think for $5 having I think I can see buying a Kirby Fighters Deluxe and not buying a Drum Dash Deluxe. I don't think I can see buying Fighters Deluxe but not buying Triple Deluxe. Because I feel like these are fundamentally different conversation. $5 games versus $35 versus $5. If you're buying Fighters Deluxe but not Triple Deluxe, the issue isn't the issue is probably money more than anything else. But you probably play Fighters Deluxe, you go, okay, well, maybe I guess they did more in Triple Deluxe, I'll buy that. You eventually acquire Triple Deluxe. The first thing you do is play Kirby Fighters. You go, oh, this is the same thing. But you do probably explore the rest of the game. But I think
Well,
with,
is that a good first impression to get out of Triple Deluxe? Is that, yeah, this thing that I was specifically interested in playing is a half-baked version of the game I've already played.
Well, no, but I'm
Like, see, that actually makes it worse for me because it's acting as this actively antagonistic inroad to a really good video game.
I think I was making a point, but I lost my thread because you made a really good counter argument. Yeah. I hope if they re-release Triple Deluxe, they include Fighters Deluxe and DDD's Drum Dash Deluxe.
Oh, don't get me wrong. If they had a remake of Triple Deluxe, I would expect it to have Kirby Fighters Deluxe in it, not the regular Kirby Fighters. And I think in that context, that's fine. But I just think as a separate release is kind of unfortunate.
SG says, I feel like someone who buys Fighters Deluxe but not Triple Deluxe probably wouldn't have been buying Triple Deluxe either way. I think that's ultimately the point I was getting at. I got a little lost in the weeds, but I think as well with the specifically Fighters Deluxe versus Tilt and Tumble. I mean, part of it is haha funny meme I suffered with Tilt and Tumble, but I think also
I don't necessarily think that that's true either, though, because like Kirby Fighters Deluxe is $5, so I could easily see a kid tripping over and getting $5 and buying that game first, and then waiting for his birthday to actually get the Kirby Triple Deluxe proper, and then being disappointed that this side mode is not. It's just more of the same, but less. So less of the same.
I would think that the kid would at least check out the main mode, though.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure he'd like that, but it would mean that this Kirby Triple Deluxe becomes Kirby Double Deluxe, and that's not as fun.
Oh no. No longer are you playing as King DDD. You're only playing as Prince DD. We're getting a bit in the weeds here. I don't think Fighters Deluxe is bad. We might re-examine what we're doing with the sub modes as we get into the Planet Robobots' sub modes or expanded sub modes, but.
Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's bad either. I don't think Kirby Super Star Stacker is bad either. I like Kirby Super Star Stacker.
Fair.
Which is why I put it at the bottom.
I think it's I'll give you Tilt and Tumble, but I still want to put it over Superstar Stacker, because to me Superstar Stacker is, oh thank God they made it something. Fighters Deluxe was something, and it continues to be something. And the something that this is more than the something that's Superstar Stacker had to claw its way into being.
Huh.
I think we're sort of splitting hairs, though. I'm open to revisiting it, though, as we contextualize some of the later expanded submodes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next two Super Smash Bros. Games. We start with Smash 4, and then we'll do Smash 5 afterwards. And I'm calling it like that because apparently Sakurai did consider these to be Smash 4 and Smash 5, just developed at the same time.
Yeah, whatever.
So
they're both Smash 4. IDC.
I do think that at the very least we'll be putting these in separate places, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Smash 4 as an overall project was a couple different experiments. It was developing a Smash game for handheld. It was seeing if two Smash games could be developed simultaneously. Yada, yada, yada.
Smash Bros. 4 3DS and Smash Bros. 5 Wii U.
There it is. We'll have a lot more to say with Smash for Wii U, but I think, actually, honestly, we should probably just have these conversations at the same time. Smash 4 is an interesting experiment, cumulatively.
Yeah.
The issue, I think, is that by trying to put out two different releases at the same time, or nearly at the same time, a lot of the development efforts were cannibalized between one another.
Yes.
It says a lot that the Smash 4 games are really some of the only instances where it doesn't feel like the series is pushing itself forward in a meaningful capacity.
Yeah. It has side modes that are fun and but I wouldn't say it's like trying to reinvent itself. It's just like, here's a little extra fun mode on the side. Nothing in the game really feels like a revolution in the way that every other Smash game does.
Yes. From a small budget release to a ton of everything being in it to, for better and for worse, a huge swing in terms of narrative and aesthetic presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Smash 4 feels like is probably the closest this series has come to being a yearly release. A yearly update release.
It is. It feels like a Smash game.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Smash games. I feel it hurt the discourse, especially when 3DS came out first, and people were expecting Wii U to be like a big, like the true version, and then they got it and were kind of disappointed that like its quote unquote best mode is like Smash Tour, and that's when I checked out and never actually bought Smash for Wii U. I just didn't think it was worth buying, honestly. But like Smash for 3DS, I had a good time with. I think it fits neatly into that Sakurai mindset of lots of content, kind of fluff, but you can enjoy it just grinding it out. And I think for a handheld game especially, that works because you can just play a little bit of it at a time without a huge commitment.
Vanilla asks, do you think that you feel that because of Ultimate with respect to Smash 4 and especially Smash for Wii U, kind of feeling like new Smash Bros, new iteration? I think
it might be more pronounced after Ultimate, but I definitely felt like, yes, this is another Smash game, even when it was current.
Um, I think I feel the way I do about Smash for Wii U because it is not the last Smash game. If, for whatever reason, the Smash Bros. Smash Bros. Smearies? The franchise just dropped off of a cliff and vanished without a trace after Wii U, it would be fine. It'd be okay. But the fact that literally any game in the series came out after it makes Smash for Wii U feel like it's just not going for anything besides being a new Smash Bros.
Yeah.
Smash for 3DS is at least a very specific experiment. It's seeing if Smash Bros can still be Smash Bros on a handheld device.
Yeah. And like I said, it lets you have that collection aspect of just chipping away at it, which I think works for a handheld. And like you could play Smash Bros with anyone nearby at your school or whatever for the first time, whereas you couldn't do that with any other Smash game up to that point unless you brought the whole console. So
it's it helps as well that Smash Run is a legitimately really fun mode. Like, it
yeah,
is just City Trial, but City Trial is such a smart thing to inject into the context of a Smash Bros. Game. We gotta talk about Smash Run. Yeah, we're here. But it's like, one, it's finally doing something meaningful with the gameplay of Superstar that has been imported into it. Now, you're doing something that you really couldn't do in, or that wouldn't make sense to explore in a Kirby game, but makes perfect sense to explore in a Smash Bros. Game. Like, again, it's the gameplay. It's the rule set of City Trial within the gameplay structure of Superstar, but those things are such different ideas that, whereas it doesn't make sense for Kirby to be doing that in a 2D platformer, it absolutely makes sense to have that be a context in which you're encountering random characters and enemies from the different series that are being referenced by Smash Bros. It's really fun that let's see. You have Stalfos and Paddlettle and what else? The Sneaky Spirit, and the Devil Car are just inexplicably all showing up here. Like, that's very much an essence of the Smash Bros. Crossover that
people wanted out of Subspace Emissary and didn't get.
mm-hmm. And it's
In regards to Smash Run versus City Trial, I would say I enjoy Smash Run more single player, but multiplayer, I think City Trial is stronger just because there's a cooperative aspect to it or a competitive aspect to it. You can actually mess with the other players. Smash Run kind of feels like a high score type run where you're playing against yourself and trying to get as powerful as possible, which is fun in its own way and probably works for a handheld, but I wouldn't be as inclined to automatically say one is better than the other.
it's and like, there really isn't much to Smash for 3DS. You can definitely tell that it was pushing the very limits of what they could do early on. 2014. That's about the midpoint of the 3DS's life cycle, come to think of it. But still, it's still very much pushing what could be done with the 3DS to that point. So you're almost... between that and between the implicit understanding that this is a companion piece to a console title, you're more forgiving for Smash for 3DS being a bit lighter weights. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't expect there to be a bunch of really dramatic bosses, or maybe I should expect the game to play it safe with certain stages for certain series. Um, it's uh, I mean, some of the choices made still feel a little funny. Like, okay, so there's no new Star Fox stage, there's no new Donkey Kong stage, but you get really neat experiments with Dreamland, Magicant, Unova Pokemon League, um, Super Nintendo, Mute City. It's like, oh, okay, these are kind of fun.
Pac Maze.
Pac Maze, yes. Find Me is such a specific thing, but that's fun. Tomodachi Life. Although there really isn't much to Tomodachi Life, but still the idea of it is fun.
Yeah. The one thing I will say as a major, well, I have 3 major complaints about Smash Bros. 3DS. One is just the general content farm that is Sakurai's modern design, which I enjoy, but we've talked about our misgivings with it before.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing, I don't like custom moves. I feel like they exacerbate that content mining in the worst degree. You've spend all this time getting custom moves and building a character or something, and it just makes the game feel muddier and not as strictly designed, and all of these would get banned anyway because they're not balanced at all and not my favorite element in a game at all. And they take so much development time too, that could have been put in better areas. And third, the biggest problem I have, and the reason why I didn't play as much Smash for 3DS as I wanted, is that it broke my 3DS.
Well, that's just it. Yeah, the circle pad is not designed to stand up to the amount of abuse that a Smash Bros. Game inflicts on a controller.
Yeah, and I just honestly, after I broke my first 3DS with that, I just didn't want to keep playing it because it wasn't really worth that risk, and I don't think it was. It was like a fun enough game, but I don't want to break my 3DS for it, and like that feels like an unfortunate thing to judge it on, but it's true. I just didn't feel inclined to play the game.
I think custom moves are a neat concept, TBH, but the execution was definitely not good. I think because some characters have really interesting offers with their custom moves. I think if you didn't have to unlock custom moves and they were just things that you could mess with, or like, oh, I know a lot of development time went into them, but if they played a little bit more with the idea of not just stat modifiers on the moves, but completely different moves, like what Palutena or Mega Man have. I think there's it would be a lot more interesting, and not just to what you were saying, Gooms, content farming.
It'd be more interesting, but it would make the development time even worse. So
that's just it, yeah. And perhaps that's a reflection of that development cannibalization process as visited upon the 3DS half of the experiment. Now, Wii U. You didn't play Wii U, so let me summarize the relevant things that came out of Wii U. Stages. They added an extra form for the final boss of Classic Mode.
A means to play the game competitively without blowing up a low resolution image
Yes.
at a low frame rate.
Master orders and crazy orders, which I legitimately think those modes have the sauce, particularly crazy orders.
Yeah, I heard those were good, but
and,
I would probably enjoy those if I had the game, but didn't seem worth buying the game over them.
and then a freaking board game.
Yep.
So Smash Tour, I think, is trying to go for the same thing as Smash Run, where the idea of you're gradually building up over the course of a longer campaign, or you're building up over the course of a longer period of time for a single final clash at the end involving everything you've accumulated. I respect that Smash Tour is trying to approach that general design philosophy from a very different direction. I appreciate that it's still trying to have that crossover element with the different enemy effects that can appear. Zingers can appear, Porky can appear. The issue is that it's such a bizarre way of approaching that, where unlike City Trial or Smash Run, where you can get the general idea of what you're supposed to be doing by kind of loitering around a bit, it's okay if you fumble the first couple games because you're at least exploring the environment and gradually coming to understand these are the parameters of what I'm working with. Simple act of exploration is what can make it interesting, and that can be your inroad to understanding the mechanics. Contrasted with that, Smash Tour is honestly just faffing about. There are things you can do, and you do have some challenge fights that are kind of things, but every time I've gone to play it, even the instances where I've been as open-minded about what it is as possible, it's just gibbering madness. Unlike Master Orders and Crazy Orders, which are extremely pointed modes, so much random crap that isn't related to much of anything can happen in Smash Tour. And, like, you can't hold on to a guy because the whole point of Smash Tour is that you're collecting dudes, and you can steal dudes from other players, and so who you end up in the end is just oftentimes this random cocktail of fighters, which it can be fun to play as random fighters that you don't really know a whole lot about, but why is that your goal? If you wanted to do that, why wouldn't you just play a mode where you're playing as almighty random instead of faffing about for 50 turns in order to collect Ike, Sheik, Ganondorf, Donkey Kong, and Palutena. Those are your guys. Go. Play. And then that's just it. That's everything else the game has to offer is derived from Brawl. It has masterpieces, it has event matches, it has home run mode, it has multi-man melee, except Brawl's version of it, except now Smash for Wii U's version of it. And, like, those are all fine, but they're familiar territory. It really, the only things of identity that the game has to advance are all meaningless and substanceless.
Yeah. It feels like a very substanceless game.
Now, for the 4 years where it was the most relevant, or the newest Smash Bros. Game, it was fine. I had fun with it. But it's so hard to make an argument for why you would revisit it unless you have specific attachment to things like the Woolly World stage, the Star Fox Assault stage, Dr. Light having a trophy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, 8-player Smash. That's true. But even then, 8-player Smash was only half implemented. There was a huge swath of stages that you could not select because development wasn't completed on them because development was cannibalized by the 3DS release.
And which is also why you don't get to play as the Ice Climbers in either game.
Indeed. The Smash 4 projects also, since Jared was mentioning it earlier when we were talking about Brawl, the Smash 4 projects also represent the tipping point of the priorities for Smash Bros. As a series in terms of who it's bringing in. In Brawl, Sonic and Snake were novelties. With Smash for 3DS, the base game kept its third parties to Mega Man, Sonic, Pac-Man, all of which are very fine characters. Maybe not the most surprising, but still very cool to see show up in here. With the DLC cycle, you start to get into characters that are like, oh, you're here? And like, Cloud, for example, is really cool to see. I wish you spoke English, but you know. Cloud is really cool to see. Cloud is not a character that I think of as a Nintendo character. He eventually made it onto Nintendo systems, and you can make the argument that, well, if you're going to have a Final Fantasy character, and Final Fantasy is kind of a Nintendo affiliated series, you should have a Final Fantasy character. If you're going to have a Final Fantasy character, it should be Cloud. Like, you can step into that logic, and in fact, I believe Sakurai explained that he kind of had to talk his way into doing Cloud over a more Nintendo focused Final Fantasy character. At the same time, it's the point when Smash as a series really started to feel like it was doing the big hype dudes or whoever would be interesting. Because once you open the gate for Cloud and Bayonetta and stuff like that, it's like, why are we going to dilly-dally for characters like the lady from Wii Fit or the dog from Duck Hunt or whatever? There's more interesting business to attend to. Come on, let's go. And like, I kind of have mixed feelings on that. I think it is. I'm not gonna knock the really hype third-party characters. Boy, howdy, Joker in Smash is still unreal to me. At the same time, I do kind of miss them being able to justify more offbeat little guy inclusions or the more less relevant Nintendo inclusions. Again, Wii Fit Trainer is a lot of fun as a character in Smash. So in that respect, the Smash 4 projects are probably the last time we'll really see a lot of those show up. Sad to say.
I do feel that Smash 4 was also notable for, like, a lot of the new characters they added feel distinct, but not really in a great way. They feel like you're playing a game that is totally separate from how Smash works as a franchise, which is fine, I guess, but when characters like Little Mac or even Wii Fit Trainer or Pac-Man or Mega Man, they're varying degrees of functional, but even when they are functional, they're functional in a way that's completely indistinct from playing Smash Bros. And I don't know, I kind of liked Smash Bros. I like the high frenetic energy to it, and a lot of these characters kind of feel like they slow down the game a lot, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah. making sure I
or
catch up.
or their little Mac where they speed the game up, I guess, but then
Well,
there's no recovery at all. It feels like they're so focused on doing their own special little thing, like getting limit up or getting their Monado art active or setting up their tree or their fire hydrant. They're so focused on or getting their deep breathing buff. All of these little alternate game plans that they it isn't about just hitting the guy.
the characters are now very high concept designs instead of low concept designs. Again,
Yeah.
in Brawl, Ike is simply a burly swordsman.
Yeah.
In Smash in Smash 4, well, I like Robin, but Robin has a specific mechanic around around item usage, and Corrin. Well, Corrin's basically an OC, but
Yeah.
but again, you can't really describe these characters in short terms because they have extremely specific things they're trying to invoke. Corrin is a shapeshifter, so so all of their moves come from the idea of them shaping their limbs. Robin is specifically referencing Fire Emblem's magic side, but also its weapon usage mechanic.
No,
again,
though, when you
I
do
like
get
Robin,
too much, I don't know though. When you do get too much into series, you do have to spice things up. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't have to spice things up, but I wish they could spice things up in a way that doesn't feel like you're playing an entirely separate video game.
By way of example, let's not linger here too long, but in Smash Ultimate, the Belmonts, those are characters with specific mechanical identities. You've got lots of projectile game, and you're doing lots of projectile stuff, but they also make sense within, or they don't feel like they're uh, changing a whole lot from from what I could see Simon slotting into like Melee or Brawl fairly easily. I don't think he'd be a well-performing character in those games, but I could see that approach to that character design existing in those earlier games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his game plan feels very distinct because he's very clunky and projectile heavy, but he is always still aiming to hit the guy instead of go off, do this other thing, and then hit the guy. I don't like the go off and do the other thing stage that a lot of characters have these days.
Yeah. To be clear, I'm not digging on the choices of characters. I just it definitely feels like a turning point for the series. And it also bears mention, since it was mentioned in chat before, you get an awful lot of Kid Icarus Uprising showing up in Smash 4. Now, that's being done...
essentially, do you just want no meters? Not necessarily. It could also just be meters, yes, but also like setting up the Pac-Man fire hydrant that's going off and setting up this thing to later go on and do another thing. Or like I had another thing I was thinking of. The different stance stages with Shulk, yes, they can be cool. I never got a handle of it, and I think it made the character too complicated for me. Or like Mega Man having all of these weird projectile drop combos with his metal blade, or instead of functioning like a Smash character, you have this weird forward tilt where he moves forward because that's based off of how the game works. And like they don't feel like hitting the opponent in the same way that other characters do. The Hydrant is the coolest high skill ceiling move in the game. The setup, I'm not saying there aren't cool setups with it. I don't know. Too much prediction, not enough thinking about. There's too much of thinking about the game in the future, and not enough playing the game as it is, for me personally.
Fair. Real quick, since it was mentioned before, Kid Icarus Uprising features a lot into Smash 4. I don't really mind that. I understand that Sakurai's mentioned that he wasn't really specifically trying to reference his own work. He made the game. He was looking for stuff that he could easily put into a 3DS game. He had literally just finished making a 3DS game, so it just was easier to bring a bunch of stuff into it. But that did impact a lot of the discourse around the Smash 4 project. Was, he's just referencing this a lot. Particularly Dark Pit. Holy moly, people were not happy about Dark Pit.
It sounds like you're saying the proportion of characters who play that way is too high for your taste. Yeah, like, in Brawl, Snake is kind of along those lines where you lay traps and then plan in advance. But in his case, he felt like an outlier, and like he was specifically subverting the rules by being the one guy who did that sort of thing. And now you get a lot of characters who do this alternate game plan, and not only does it make Snake feel less special, but it also means that the game as a whole is slowed down to where that's becoming what you're doing more of the time, instead of just having to lock in for this one specific matchup, I guess.
I think, by way of example, if Mario was introduced to Smash Bros, I guess starting in Smash 4, but even these days, if Mario was inexplicably freshly introduced to Smash Bros at this time, I have to imagine he would have some sort of power-up gimmick, and it would be a specific thing that you would be focusing on as a Mario. Your down special would be hit a question mark block, and you get a power. What power up you get impacts what your gameplay flow is. It contrasts that with the Mario introduced in Smash 64, specifically being a Shoto clone, because it's specifically a commentary on the most basic character archetype that has the all-around functions. You can make the argument that maybe Mario doesn't feel especially Mario-ish as he is now. There might be something to that, but it's it's a very different take on the character, and I think you can argue in either direction that one interpretation understands the character intent less than the other.
I feel like
Shulk
and
philosophy.
I feel like characters like Shulk and Cloud, you don't really need to focus on that. No, you don't need to, but people do, is what I'm saying. They are they're less fun to play against for certain people that do run away and charge limit, or run away and get into a different Monado art that's more defensive. Like, I want to discourage toxic players from using the runaway and do the defensive strategy unless, like, it if it is a character. If they're going to run away, I want them to be peppering me with projectiles while they're doing it, because then it is more of a active engagement with me instead of going off and doing their own video game before they could come in and attack me. Yeah, and people do play that way when playing Melee. I can say that about Puff and Peach and Falco. Yes, but they pepper you with projectiles and back air and different ways of engaging you with attacks. They don't go off and play a different video game and then come back, is what I'm saying.
I do think we're getting a little bit into the weeds here on this. I definitely think it's fair to observe that the philosophy towards approaching how the characters are designed really shifted in a way in the Smash 4 project. I think it's fair to look at stuff from Smash 4 or afterwards and go, okay, this is more explicitly referencing things. I think it's fair to look at earlier games and go, okay, well, this feels more like a fighting game character. There's... I'll get to your weeds, TBH. Hey, man. I think there's things to like about either approach. It just bears mention that this is, again, a turning point for what the series was designing for 3DS. Now, where do we put these?
Well, 3DS is higher than Wii U. I don't think. Maybe top of C.
Let's see.
Like it's good content. I think Kirby Air Ride is more unique and engaging. It's either there or bottom of B minus. I think it works for general content, and I would go back to it maybe if I wasn't concerned about my 3DS breaking, just because it fills that niche of like a very playable handheld Smash Bros. Game. Mm-hmm. Wii U, I'll leave up to you mostly, but I would expect it to be pretty dang low.
Trying to decide between D and F. It's weird because I don't think Smash for Wii U is a bad game. It's just a game that feels very purposeless these days.
Well, we're rating it how it feels now, not how it felt as the new Smash Bros. Game.
That's true. Either way you slice it, I like Fighters Deluxe better than it. That feels weird. But
yeah, and think about it this way: would you have been as excited about Wii U if someone had told you, yeah, but 3 years down the line you'll be able to play a game that has all of these characters plus all the ones that are missing and actual good content in it?
Yeah, no.
Like, I don't think you should rate it highly just because you were ignorant of what could have been.
It's... Well, it says a lot as well that when we were doing our... again, when we were running through the series, Ultimate had been out for a couple years at that point. So it was very much a... Well, I mean, I guess we gotta spend some time with Smash for Wii U. With 3DS, well, 3DS is weird because the specific circumstances that we played that was I couldn't get Triple Deluxe working, so I very ashamedly switched over to 3DS for about a half hour. But like with 3DS, I still felt like there was something to really look at and examine there. With Wii U, it's like Well, we'll do this. I'll try to remember to show off the Woolly World stage so Gooms can see that, because he didn't get to before.
And to be fair, if Melee Wii happened and was like that for Melee, how would you feel about Melee?
So like new play control, Super Smash Bros. Melee, that type of release.
Yeah, but that wouldn't
Um,
that wouldn't brand itself as a new game though. That I guess recontextualizing changes a lot of how I feel about a game. But if it was just Melee Plus, I wouldn't hold that against Melee particularly. And Ultimate is also different too, because it feels like it's part of the same development lineage of Smash 4. It's like they didn't complete the game as much as they wanted to until Ultimate.
Like the original idea, Sakurai didn't want to make Brawl. I think even if Super Smash Bros. Brawl was everything that the fandom wanted it to be, if Brawl really was Melee 2, Melee still has a lot of specific things to it. Adventure mode is different. The trophy system is different. I think...
And I would say that, like, the context of it when it was released, being this impressive new release, like I said, even when Smash 4 was new, I don't think it was an impressive new release. I just thought it was the next new Smash game. I was never truly impressed by it. It just filled the Smash Bros. Shaped hole in my heart, and now it no longer does that because I have a new Smash game to fill that hole. Melee at the time wasn't the new Smash game. It was Melee, and I liked it for being Melee. So I think that sort of thing is different.
I think top of F. It... Oh, hold up. I think top of F because, with the other stuff down here, this is nothing. This is pain. This is, nothing,
Mostly
and that
nothing.
is a pain.
It's highly truncated.
Yes. And I guess that makes for a decent comparison with Smash for Wii U. Smash for Wii U, compared to literally everything else, has the teeniest, tiniest scope of all of these games. Even 3DS, a game that literally has less to do in it, feels bigger because of the specific context of being a handheld. With Smash for Wii U, it's like it's a good party game, and then it's like, okay, there is no incentive. It is a short experience, and thus it becomes nothing. But it at least isn't. It doesn't. I don't think Smash for Wii U promises more than it is. It just really sucks. It makes some really sucky promises, and you're like, well, you've realized that. Okay. Whereas with Squeak Squad, it makes these promises of, oh no, dude, there's a unique ability you get if you unlock all of the things. And you're like, okay. And you get that unique ability, and it's like, oh, this is a really cool ability that I can't do Bump Kiss with. So I don't know. I think I respect Wii U's hustle more than Squeak Squad's.
Mm-hmm. Where do you feel about B- versus C for 3DS? Because I could go either way.
I mean, aesthetically, it's nice having multiple things in.
Yeah.
Actually, we'll call this... There. There you go.
I like it. Works for me.
I think it's fair having 3DS markedly above. It's weird because my copy of 3DS inexplicably lost its save file, so that was a lot of hard work down the drain. But at the same time, I think 3DS has the same quick hitters. It has a bit more depth to it than Nightmare in Dreamland.
W Stream, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it's funny that we both have what's the word for extracurricular, but for video games? Extra video game-icular experiences with why we don't play Super Smash Bros. For 3DS anymore.
I don't know what the good word is for that, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Alright, we need to be done with Smash Bros. For a while. Let's talk Rainbow Curse.
Oh, I really like this one. This one is cute and fun, and probably has my favorite art style in the entire series. Which is a series with Kirby's Dream Land 3 and Kirby's Epic Yarn in it too. So it's saying quite a bit.
It is super, super neat and inspired that they went for a claymation style. I don't think I think we determined it's not true claymation, but it's CGI that is doing an extremely impressive job of emulating claymation.
Yeah. I feel like I really appreciate that they dipped into a well that we knew wasn't successful at all the first time around. But this time I think it actually was successful. They made the game slower paced and a little more puzzly, and they made you not be flung off of the path that you draw nearly as easily. You kind of stick to it harder, and that just gives you a lot better control of what you're doing. The touchscreen is better on Rainbow Curse, on the Wii U than it is on the original DS. You have a much larger screen to work with, so you could draw all over the place. And most importantly, the level design is actually inspired in some places. Like, I remember that there's all of those cute segments where you play as a tank that are great fun. You have the one where you split into two and you need to balance both Kirbys throughout the level. I really like Eline as a character. She's super adorable with all of her little drawings that you unlock through the game. This game actually has boss fights and they're pretty solid, although they are repeated, which is a little unfortunate. Not directly repeated, but like variations. So that's not ideal, but I understand considering how much animation they must have taken. I just really enjoy this game. Oh, and phenomenal soundtrack too.
Yes. Really inspired covers as well. I believe it's like every Kirby game after they're starting with the second one has had a lot of play with covering previous music. But I feel like Rainbow Curse is really an was really a big instance of the game explicitly calling out, we're doing this song, and and some deep cuts too, like Big Forest from Dreamland 2 is a very specific thing to reference, but it's really neat to see. Or for that matter, actually having a Dream Course thing. As mentioned, having a couple it's way the hell down here, Mass Attack things in there. But yeah, what a night and day difference between Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse.
Mhm.
You really feel that change in how confident they are with the concept. Having a bigger playing field. Because I think Kirby sprite, for want of a better word, Kirby's sprite is consistently sized between both games, but of course the DS screen is way smaller than the Wii U tablet.
Yeah. Mhm.
I like Drossia being the last figure you get. Agreed. It is a very neat little uh very neat little signature from Kumazaki, and I like that the lore itself or the description itself suggests or references that um she kind of invokes it's Clacia. She kind of drawing a vague connection between those two characters, uh, mostly for funsies, mostly sort of a metatextual nod, but also within the lore of the game itself. Um,
Um, I also appreciate the game for just like being a celebration of like art as a medium. You got a little bit of that in Canvas Curse with like the uh, sometimes it got surreal. It had like surrealist art styles and stuff, and you had like Adeline or Ado having her own world and maybe suggested to have some kind of divine power over the world or something. I
we
don't know.
don't know. Maybe we'll find out in the next Kirby game.
But this feels like the most complete like exploration and appreciation for what it means to be an artist, like with Eline growing through her little drawings and um, expressing herself through them, or like Clacia uh, learning to not be aggressive uh, towards the world and kind of turn over a new leaf, and um, just the world as a whole. It has that same level of artistic experimentation as many Kirby games, but because it's more thorough and relates to these characters, it's a little bit more meaningful than just looking pretty, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I forgot. Isn't there a stage that uses Starry Night as a background, but it's a like what is it? It's not claymation Starry Night. It's like oil pastel take on Van Gogh's Starry Night.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Really clever stuff like that, and like I think we noticed as well that with some of Kirby's you mentioned his tank transformations and stuff. If I remember correctly, each of those are tied to like the Dreamland 2 animal friends. Like the tank has Rick's colors. When
Oh
you're
yeah, I
flying
forgot
around, it's
about that.
Ku's colors.
Yeah, I forgot about
Um,
that too. That's great.
yeah, and again, another really neat, completely unnecessary continuity nod.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and especially as Kirby's one and only Wii U outing,
Uh-huh.
it's, I mean, definitely not what I would have expected, but I appreciate that Hal, the team at Hal was like, okay, well, let's take this opportunity to just do something really experimental. This is an experimental platform, so let's experiment with our stuff. And again, 10 years later, you really feel that difference of understanding how to do a really hardware-oriented gimmick title. Compare Canvas Curse's exploration of a DS stylus game and Rainbow Curse's exploration of a Wii U stylus game. Um, you definitely feel like the team has grown considerably in that time.
Yeah.
And
It's unfortunate to a degree because the game did so much worse as a release and
mhm,
never got a port to Switch, unlike um, pretty much every other Wii U exclusive game.
mhm.
Partially because it needs the stylus, but also just um, probably wasn't an immediate priority.
Yeah.
Um, but like, uh, it speaks to how like even with these quote unquote gimmicky kind of games, um, even a lot of people were just looking for the gimmick and didn't want to see the gimmick actually get mastered and embraced and get actually good at making a game using that concept, which is unfortunate. But
Yeah. Uh, all right. Where should we put it? Do you think?
I would put it in A somewhere. Um,
Maybe
I'll let
switch
you
to
pick where.
mouse. Maybe switch to mouse at 8K, 165 FPS. I'd say
Yeah,
there might be something to a Switch 2 game, kind of playing with this gameplay style.
yeah,
Um,
a mouse would work. I think for sure.
I think maybe there.
Okay.
Um, yeah, like I'll give it the edge over Kirby's Adventure. I think both make for really great arguments for the type of visual showcases their consoles could do. Um,
Hmm.
but I think Rainbow Curse is just a little sweeter.
Yeah, I could feel that.
All right, so it is indeed starting to run late, but let's at least get to the game that we promised we would use as our checkpoints at the start of this.
Yeah.
Let's talk Robobot,
Okay.
honestly.
Yeah, Robobot is really, really good. Like, um,
It,
uh, we've talked about the Robobot armor a little bit, but it's definitely the best implementation of a gimmick in like a in level gimmick for the Kirby series because it doesn't make you feel like you're stop playing the video game,
Mhm.
and it also has enough variety to be different from level to level. So it combines the variety of super abilities with the actual play control of something like Hypernova, except it's better play control because um, you have to learn how each different Robobot armor works and how to solve puzzles with it.
Mhm.
On top of that, the copy abilities are all good. Like Poison is a standout favorite.
My
Um,
gosh, yes. Poison is great.
um, like there's so many little details with like I love the Waddle Dees that stop and start on the on
Oh,
uh,
the little
the
Waddle Dee
roadway.
motorists, yeah.
Yeah. Um, uh, Susie is a very strong character with all of the surprisingly dark elements with her father and being like
Mhm.
forced into that situation, but then eventually attempting to take over the family business because that's what capitalism does to her. Um, and like, uh, you get to see it would be expanded upon more in like Forgotten Land, but you get to see the world being taken over by the mechanization, which creates like a not exactly dark, but like a different, um, pessimistic almost take on uh, Kirby's dreamlike world.
Mhm.
You get to uh, there's all of those like hidden boss fights that are a lot of fun, like dark matter showing up out of nowhere, and
Mhm.
um,
Kabula.
yeah, Kabula. Uh, it's just a game that constantly feeds you new surprise after new surprise. The side modes may be a little bit weaker than Triple Deluxe, but otherwise, I really like the game.
I have effectively 2 complaints about the game. One, there is no fat whatsoever. Now that sounds a little weird, but I feel like part of the fun with any given Kirby game is that you'll have some levels that are just kind of there for funsies. How to put it? There's no Mr. Duder in this game.
Team Clash is neat, and I do like it. But and like, I don't want to say that Robobot doesn't have good side content, because it does. It's just maybe a small step down from the high standard of Triple Deluxe.
So 2 complaints. Robobot has no real fat to it. There's no Mr. Duder type boss encounter where it's like, okay, this is just a guy. And 2, the true, I think both arenas actually, but especially the true arena is, they're all set fights. You don't have any randomness in how you approach it. It's just a set fight. Now, both of those sound extremely inconsequential as critiques, and you're goddamn right, because it's a very good game. Where the only things that I have to complain about do not really matter.
Yep.
If Triple Deluxe was the game that made me understand what modern Kirby is going for and really appreciate it, Planet Robobot was a great follow-up to that, because it goes, okay, you see that? You see what we did there? See what we were going for there? Hold on to your hat. And it just takes those ideas, and even compared to a game that was extremely great, does damn near everything more interesting. There are some things to critique. Like, again, the side modes are fine, but not quite on the same level. But at the same time, that core experience of it, of how it integrates it, like you said, how it integrates its gameplay gimmick, how it integrates bosses, how it integrates lore, especially how it integrates callbacks, absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah. I think this is also the first Kirby game like that I would legitimately say has a plot that is on and theming that's on par with like serious works of video game storytelling. Before it was all like, at most you get like, yeah, you could say that like Sectonia is vain, so this is all about how she is trying to be beautiful, and and the problems that arise out of that, and that stuff is there, but it's maybe a little bit more simple and less real world than a lot of the themes expressed in Robobot.
A recurring idea through modern Kirby is that the lore. You hardly need me to tell you this, but the lore of modern Kirby is there's so much going on in it, and it's deceptively deep and impactful. But we experience almost none of it because our point of view character throughout the whole thing is essentially a child who's too young or doesn't think in that way, and thus isn't really able to be made to comprehend what he's engaging with. With every Kirby game up to that point, you could make an argument for that, but outside of stuff like, again, Sectonia losing herself to her vanity and becoming a what's the turn of phrase? Flower in the mirror, moon in the water, or whatever. A lot of it is just, you can say these things about these characters, but they just kind of exist. With Planet Robobot, it's the first time we really see Kirby directly interfacing with a character who is saying things that we, the player, can understand. But Kirby himself cannot be made to understand because that's just not how he thinks. All he knows is bad guys are here. They've corrupted the world. I gotta stop them.
The previous characters
Right.
existed and have depth in the same way that like a character in a magical girl anime had depth. Like Sectonia very much feels like a magical girl anime villain in that way. And that's not to say that they don't have depth, but they're a little bit divorced from like real world issues because they're so supernatural in origin. But like Haltman and Susie feel very tied to the reality that we live in now.
I'd say Magalore talking directly to Kirby. Indeed, Kirby is interfacing with Magalore, but at the same time, it's Magalore is talking about lore, not specific ideations or theming or stuff like that. Perhaps Kirby understands what Magalore means when he's talking about the ancients and ancient technology and stuff, but we definitely see that it's that contrast of these rich themes that to us as the players who are aware of the real world and are aware of how nuanced and complicated the real world is, we cannot see an easy solution to this. Whereas Kirby, who has such a simple outlook on life, is able to, through sheer willpower, resolve all of these issues that we cannot resolve. And again, not because he understands, but perhaps because he cannot be made to understand.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting contrast, and again, that's being used as that's the tapestry upon which we have things like discovering the identity of the Star Dream and being bamboozled by Ice Dragon suddenly being referenced, or Pix suddenly being referenced, or all these extremely specific things that are deep continuity references that exist mostly for funsies. Like, if you're someone who was playing these first in if you were of the Wii generation and thus maybe didn't have access to Dreamland 2 or Kirby 64 for whatever reason, you don't need to know that that's what that's referencing in order to just appreciate that this is a thing and have fun with this as a thing. And again, on so many layers, it's the world building is so immaculate and fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And again, all of this is precluding the fact that it's a kick-ass game to play.
Yeah.
You happen
You don't need to. You don't need to pay attention to any of that. You can just have fun getting a new copy ability and going through some neat level design with every level feeling unique, and you get to try out a new super ability that actually reinvents the game and doesn't take control away from the player. It actually gives them more control in some regards. I don't know. I think that that's fun, that you can engage with the game however you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. When we before we embarked on doing a full Kirby series playthrough, I think this was fairly early on when we were doing designing for stuff, and we were still figuring out what we were going to do for live streams. I think Pure floated the idea of, hey LB, you should check out Kirby Planet Robobot, and I think my stance was, I should probably play some of the other games running up to Robobot. So, in a way, the entire series marathon of us running through Kirby is because Planet Robobot specifically is so good that I had to check it out specifically. It, Bruh, the Hollow Defense API fight is one of the worst in the series. Let's just copy-paste 3 bosses from the previous game using a boss that has no relation to this concept. Like it should have been computer virus. Respectfully, I disagree. Yeah, it is reusing some stuff, but I think it's Hollow Defense API isn't specifically Pix. It appears to be like Pix, and we don't know why it appears to be like Pix.
I think they mean reuse the fight, as in copy the fights from Triple Deluxe and
right.
Put them into the game.
That's just it. It appears to be like Pix. We don't know why it resembles Pix. It just does. It invokes what is it? Krako, Coily Rattler, Ice Dragon, and Sphere Doomers. Indeed, 2 of those are coming back from Triple Deluxe, but those are things with specific identities. Krako is Krako's a series regular. Coily Rattler. Coily? This Donkey Kong Country music is throwing me. Coily Rattler is specifically affiliated with the people in the sky, and again, that allows us to examine different parts of this world. And then there's and then the Ice Dragon's a deep cut, and then Sphere Doomers are like, oh, these guys again. And again, I think you can make the argument that these are things that would have been fairly easy to recreate here. But again, that act of recontextualizing it, I think, makes it really interesting. The same reason why Sectonia Clone is interesting. She wouldn't be interesting here if it was just her, but having her specifically in the context of her with Dark Matter Clone, and then Galactonite, just that recontextualization and juxtaposition, I think, are that synthesis of ideas is really what teases out a lot of these different elements here and makes them interesting.
I kind of view it in the same way that I view like the variable weapon system in Mega Man 10, where yes, you're fighting these variations of these previously fought bosses, but it's cool just because of the lore context and the different context in which you're doing it in. And like, yes, okay, they reused Coily Rattler. That's bad. But most of the rest of the fight is at least reasonably unique. And like, it brought us back Ice Dragon. I can't hate that. And I like multi-stage bosses in general, and the concept carries it. And I don't know. There's things to complain about, but it doesn't bother me that much personally.
My big issue is the health pool. The devs had to split the health of a World 2 boss across 4 bosses, so they die in like 2 seconds. Did they make it better? They make it a little better with the rematch. I'm okay with softballing it on the first mode if eventually they play with it a bit. But I guess I feel that frustration. I also think, at the very least with Coily Rattler, they take the opportunity. One, I'd allow them a mulligan for a callback to the previous game. And 2, they at least take the opportunity to use that as commentary on the fate of the friends we just left behind in the last game. The people of the sky were, the lore drop specifically mentions the people of the sky, because they were so high in the atmosphere, were safe and protected from the robotic invasion.
Seeing Coily Rattler again out of nowhere is fun to me. That's kind of how I see it. It's like, yes, if I only care about new content, this does not have as high of a ratio of new content, but it has a higher ratio of... It has a relatively high ratio of new things that I'm feeling because of how they used this old content. They use this old content in a pretty fun way, and I give them a pass on it.
This is sort of along the lines of what I meant before by saying there really isn't any fat to the well, let's rephrase that. That this is the fat to the game's boss encounters. Like, I think it would have been fun if there was just, like, one random dude somewhere in there. Instead, you have a very purposeful collection of 4 random dudes, and it's really neat and nifty and thoughtful, but it also is relying on... It's not... I don't think there's ever a breather boss, and I don't think this is a game that needs one. It's just a thing that I was like, oh, okay. I usually like it when these Kirby games add a random dude that doesn't matter into the tapestry of the series, like Paint Roller or Silly Dillo. But, you know. But
To me, it mostly reads as an asterisk instead of like a big down point for me.
I think that's fair, yeah. But yeah, I don't... Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I was just saying, I don't necessarily think top of S. I think I put Melee still above Robobot. I think I do like it a little bit more than Superstar, though. Superstar ends a little bit abruptly. It kind of takes a little bit of time to get going for a game that ends so abruptly. So
I was gonna say that I think Robobot isn't my favorite Kirby. I think there's a very strong argument to be made that it might be the best Kirby.
Yeah.
That being said, if you're putting Melee over Robobot, I don't feel too bad about not having Robobot top the list, because I think there's another conversation we can have a little later.
Yeah.
Which is to say next week, but you know. So I'm alright with this placement. Then yeah, so from this point we would just we'd have the expanded sub games to talk about, but like I said before, this was the game that we flagged as our midpoint in all this. And considering we've been going at this for 4 hours, I think it might make sense to just finish this off next time.
Yeah, that seems fair, and we'll probably have a lot to talk about these games too, because like the games get more complex as time goes on, obviously. So more to talk about.
But how many do we have? 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Surely we can finish 12 in a final session.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
It
surprise us with a fancy tier names next time you should boot up the stream.
Yeah, okay, I can come up with stuff. But, alright, yeah, that Robobot is a great note to end on for now. So, hey, thank you for sitting with us, folks. Next time we'll finish this off. So be sure to look forward to it. Thank you for your discussions and conversations. We hope y'all had fun with all this, and we'll catch y'all in the next stream.
Catch you next time.